You ready, Michelle? All right, then we'll call the Tuesday, December 5th Business Operations Finance Committee meeting to order at 5:32. Michelle, can we have a roll call?
Yes. Tia Johnson.
Here.
Brian Nichols is not able to be with us this evening, so Brian Anderson.
Here.
All members are present except Brian Nichols.
Wonderful. Move on to item 1C, approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? That passes. Item 1D, approval of minutes. Those were in the packet. I'd entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
And I'll second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those signify approval by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes. We'll move on to item 2A, the October monthly financials. Mr. Shady, would you take it from here?
Thank you. Thanks for that reminder. We'll start off by reviewing the October 23 monthly financials. The first item that we'll talk about this evening is the monthly financial statements with summary document that was attached in board packet. This is customary that the board has seen this in the past, and you may recall that last month I had proposed sharing some additional reporting that might be more appropriate for us going forward. Not intentionally, but this is a great example as to perhaps why some original source documentation from our Skyward financial system is appropriate. And I bring this up, we'll spend a little bit of time on that board packet. It's not right, and it's not accurate intentionally, but I did notice in preparations for this evening that the values reported for revenues, no grants for October 2023 are inaccurate. And I'll kind of reflect on that and show you that in just a little bit as well. So, but I do want to point out, if you take a look at this that's on the screen, you'll see fiscal year-to-date activity 23-24 of $10.6 million for October of 23. 10.1 of that is reported as revenue from state sources. That was actually an equalization aid payment that was received in September of 23, not in October. So that was kind of the first flag when I was reviewing this earlier here this afternoon. I'm like, ooh, that's not accurate. And we'll actually jump back a page and look at the revenue summary overall. Let me, flip that back. And you'll see here that it's got revenues from Fund 10 and 27 at $46,000, and again, not accurate either. So my apologies for posting the materials without the opportunity to pre-screen those. We were a little rushed last week dealing with some other things, but it does go to the point of original source documentation coming out of your financial software where there's less opportunity for inaccuracies to be stated and presented. So I think I'll take a pause right there first and foremost and ask if anybody has any questions with regards to that. Good. Just a reminder to the committee, probably would not be appropriate then to approve this out of the committee and forward it to the school board. It is listed on the consent agenda for this evening, so we should ask that that be removed prior to the agenda being adopted for the regular meeting tonight as well. All right. Also attached, and hopefully some of the board or some of the committee members, board members had an opportunity to preview the other attachments that I've used or presented in the packet this evening. These are fairly similar to what I have done throughout my career in other districts, and these are reports that are generated directly out of Skyward. So in an article that was attached for our next agenda item this evening, it speaks to original source documents. So an original source document is a report that's generated directly from the Skyward financial software, unlike the budget summary stuff that the district has seen in the past where that information is exported from the financial software into Google or into Excel, then manipulated, tallied, reported out, it has an opportunity for error. Case in point, what we saw this evening, whereas information coming directly out of Skyward significantly decreases or diminishes the opportunity for errors and omissions in the reporting. So a good practice, hopefully, that the board will be interested in adopting going forward. I'll quickly walk through kind of a left to right on how to read the page, and then we'll kind of work our way down as well. I'm going to minimize this a little bit in hopes that I can get the totals at the bottom. I'm going to have to minimize it too much. All right, so going left to right at the top of the page, the first column is the fund. So Fund 10 is the general fund, and if you follow along, you'll see me highlighting here the general fund on the printout as well. So that talks about which fund category. The second column refers to the sources of revenues. So if you look at the first row of data, it says Fund 10 property taxes, source 211. So each of those rows going down the page are different sources. In our accounting system, we refer to them by that third column, the source number or the account number. But more importantly, that second column, the column with the verbiage, indicates what that row is for. Following over then to the right, you'll see the 23-24 original budget column. That would be the budget that was adopted by the school board on October 30th of 2023, prior to establishing the tax levy. You can see at the very bottom, $98,203,628. The next column immediately to the right is the revised budget column. Still reflects the same revenues, which indicates that there's been no changes to the budget. The revised budget column would only be populated after myself bringing recommendations to the board for budgetary adjustments. So in order for a revision to occur, that typically requires school board action because we're changing the budget from what was previously adopted. The next column to the right then is the October 23-24 monthly activity column. So this is the column that would reflect all the financial activity that occurred in the month of October. And if you jump down or look down to the bottom of the Fund 10 options there, you'll see Fund 10 General Fund, $129,137 worth of activity. I always like to start there, and then I kind of work my way back up. Okay, so where did all of that money come from? You can come up about a third of the page down. You'll see Fund 10, Source 280, Interest on Investments, that had nearly $83,000 worth of revenue. And then you can jump down a couple of inches on the same page, and you'll see Federal Transit, CISA, Source 517, with revenues of just under $20,000. So just in those two items, we're capturing almost $103,000 of the $129,000 worth of revenues. So it becomes very specific in the opportunity to look at where those monies come from. The next column to the right then shows your fiscal year-to-date activity. So that encapsulates all revenues received from July 1st through the end of this reporting period, which was the end of October, $10.7 million. And then the next column immediately to the right provides a percentage basis. Oftentimes, it's nice to be able to look at specific rows percentage to percentage on a fiscal year-to-date activity to identify, are we on track? Are we ahead? Where are we trailing? Why are we trailing? So that information is listed there. The final three columns to the right, if you look up at the very top of the page, you'll note that it provides the same information except for the prior fiscal year. So it provides October 22-23 monthly activity, and then the 22-23 fiscal year-to-date activity along with the percentage. Again, we'll jump down to the bottom where it provides those totals, and this is great. So if you look at our monthly activity for the current month, $129,000, You come over to the right and you can see monthly activity for the same month last year was over $375,000. And then if you're like me, you say, I wonder why that was. So you go back up the page and you can see that in revenue source 730, federal special project aid, we received over, what is that, $326,000, almost $327,000. That would have been a grant claim that had been submitted and paid at this point in time last year, which we've not yet submitted or received this year. So that kind of helps explain the differences. The other thing is you can also look at fiscal year-to-date activity. So in the current year, 10.7 million. Compare that to last year, 11.5, almost 11.6 million. So about a $900,000 difference. And again, you can go up the page to identify, okay, so we received in revenue source 780, federal revenue through state other than, and this is actually for federal Medicare. You'll see we received $594,000 worth of Medicare dollars at this point, or at the end of October last year, as compared to nothing yet in the current year. So again, it provides good comparisons on a year-to-year and even a month-to-month basis. Its original source, that oftentimes what I've done in my prior districts, just offer this as an opportunity perhaps, is I would take this document, pull it into Adobe, and then I would highlight various rows that we would speak to, just to kind of help identify those rows where there's significant activity or where where questions might be, to try to proactively address those. This report also, so in our prior reporting, we had that revenues and expenses without grants, revenues and expenses with grants. These report options captures all of the financial activity for the month. So it captures both grant and no grant activity. And a good way to point that out is, and I know it's a little difficult to see, I'll blow this up a little bit, but these two rows here at the very bottom, or towards the bottom of the page, Federal Special Project Aid, source 730, and the one immediately below it, EASA Title I, source 751, those are both federal grants that we receive into Fund 10. So again, this captures both your grant activity for revenues and your non-revenue, or your non-grant activity also. Any questions? That's a lot of information, and perhaps some of you had the opportunity to look at that and digest it in advance of the meeting, and if not, I would encourage you to go home and kind of look through that. I think you'll find these a little bit more meaningful, certainly more in-depth than what you've seen as far as details with regards to revenues in the past. Any questions on Fund 10 before I will comment a little bit on another fund and then a couple of closing comments on the revenues before we look at expenses, but any comments currently?
Just a question. So when you have a number like the 5,940, 100,000, when money's coming in 1 month, 1 year, but it's not received that same month the following year, is that something that we should put red flags by and say?
It can be, right. Yeah, it can be. So I think one of the great things about this type of financial presentation is that it does provide you a very easy opportunity to gauge where you are in the current month or the current year compared to last year, current month, last year, fiscal year to date as well. So it does help you identify, opportunities where our revenues are trailing last year, does then cause us to look into that and try to identify the reasons why. Was it a one-time grant that was received last year, isn't eligible or isn't available to us any longer, so it explains that difference? Or is it just a lack of our getting grant claims submitted on a timely fashion and then received back from the state on a timely fashion as well? So yeah, you're welcome. Any other questions?
Yeah, so I guess question and some comments. I mean, I like the details because you're right. It does give you an opportunity, the reader, beforehand to say, hey, why is this number off so much? And you can answer your own question, likely. Is that something that you had mentioned bringing it into like Adobe and highlighting it? So you wouldn't necessarily send this raw data. You would pull this out, make your own notations on it, like that highlighting, like you said?
I would send this data, it would be the same presentation, except for the fact that it would have likely some yellow, green, or orange highlights
Okay,
displayed in this field or file. Yep.
okay.
So wouldn't it be any further manipulation or changing of the data per se, but it would simply be highlights
Drawing attention to
to help
something.
annotate, correct.
Okay,
Yep.
Which is what you've done in the past anyway. There's always, here's the change, and then down below.
Here's the comments as to what it was, right? Yep.
Okay. Does this save, it's a great look at the information. I love the detail. Does this make more or less work for you and your team?
I would say it balances out. Generating the report is a lot easier because we've got the report built in Skyward now. It's simply just a matter of updating the month range and clicking the run button, honestly. What will take more time than in the past is kind of annotating or highlighting and then providing some description, probably in written form, as to what those highlights are for. That will probably take a little bit more time. Overall, though, I would say it's going to net out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is your intention for this month's financials to, like, when do you think you would get those back out to our committee?
The financial statements that the committee has seen in the past, this packet of materials, we can have back to the question would be, do you want it to come back through committee before going straight to the board? If through the committee, then probably at our January meeting, we could do both October and November. Or if the committee is comfortable with those going to the board as a consent agenda item, the 19th, next board meeting? Or if there's a special board meeting in between, we could perhaps slide it in there too.
Well, what's your preference, Dr. Garrison? Because I'm okay with it going to consent agenda, but if there's questions, it gets pulled off and it just adds to the challenge, especially if we're considering making changes to the reporting that we're going to see ongoing. I just don't want to see that take up. If it's truly going to be a consent agenda item, then that's fine, leave it on there. But if there's going to be further discussion,
So I believe the best option for us is to pull this one this month and then just have it on the consent agenda for December with the updated information, if the committee is okay with that.
yeah, I think, that works. I'd like to see, this looks great. I'd like to see this side by side with the previous to kind of compare apples to apples.
Sure.
So I can say, hey, yeah, that's great. Let's go forward with this new look. I love it. Or there's something still missing, right? So-
Right. And a committee member is absent today as well, so certainly we would want to connect with Mr. Nichols and, get his feedback also, but yeah,
Okay.
agreed.
So on the consent agenda tonight, one of the committee members, if it'll be okay to pull that off. And so then we will explain that rationale naturally, and then we'll move forward from there.
Perfect.
Yeah, and before we move off of the revenues, I just want to point out a couple of other, just kind of a real quick look at another fund, Fund 50, our food service fund. So if you're following along on any printout that you may have or have your file open, this is on page 3. And again, in the upper left before each section, you'll see the fund number, Fund 50, and then there's a title header there, Food Service Fund. And again, we'll just take a quick snapshot at the food service fund totals at the very bottom. Coming over to the monthly activity, just under $421,000 as compared to last year, just over $518,000. So again, just like Ms. Johnson said, you have the opportunity to look at those numbers and work backwards and say, well, why is that? Why are we trailing a little bit? Right away, you move up a row and you can see we received over $34,000 in a special project aid reported at Object 730. Honestly, I've not looked into what that was, but I certainly will do so. And you can go up even another row and you can see that here in October of '23, our revenues for food service operations were just under $420,000. And if you go to the right side, you can look at revenues from '22-23 being just over $478,000. So you got a difference there of about $60,000, which again causes the question, why? So we'll be digging into that, and I'll be sharing that information with Dawn Smith, our Director of Food Service as well, and asking her to help review and to dig in to that also. More importantly, kind of some last couple of comments on revenues. We jump down to the very last row of the report, grand total revenues. Looking at the month activity, $602,000. Looking back to last year, same month, just over $1 million. And then you can look at it on a fiscal year to date activity, 11.3, almost 11.4 million in the current year to 12.4 million last year. One final comment, the number of accounts down here on the very bottom, there's 247 different revenue accounts that are all encapsulated and kind of summarized in this report. But that captures, we have 247 different accounts throughout our accounting system that capture revenue for reporting purposes. Not significant, much more significant when we look at expenses, and we'll see that here next. And again, I'll take a pause, and if there's any questions about the revenue side.
Can you explain the adult?
The adult meals in Fund 50, is that what the question is? Okay, oh, yeah, because it doesn't say
The line
meal.
under pupil.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, so pupil, one of the things that we've identified in my change of districts, there's an opportunity for us to further define and expand that. In the DPI coding system, that first row, source 251 is essentially pupil purchased meals. And then 252 is adult purchased meals. So sometimes there are staff members that would purchase a meal instead of bringing a meal from home, going out, whatever the case may be. So that captures the revenues and the differentiator. All of this account coding ties back to the state of Wisconsin Uniform Financial Reporting System. So all of our account codes should tie and match exactly what the state has, although what I found is that sometimes the descriptions aren't necessarily matching up. So I'll make a note of that and try to adjust that. Thanks for pointing that out. Any other questions? All right, so let's do the same and we'll look at expenses. So expenses, we're not looking at nearly as much detail because there is a significantly greater number of accounts on the expenditure side. And I don't think I need to work left to right across the page because it's really laid out the same original budget, monthly activity, fiscal year to date activity for the current year, and then to the far right, the same information and values for last year. So working top down again, it talks about the general fund, Fund 10. On the expenditure side, you'll see it refers to them at the top of the column there, expense objects. So the state accounting system kind of captures things by objects. So any salaries, wages, any pay that we pay our employees is reported in the 100 series, there where it indicated. The DPI woofer manual calls it salaries, though it does include wages and other payments also. Employee benefits is next and on down the line. We'll jump down to the very bottom for general fund, Fund 10, and you'll see the original budget, $98,203,628. If you recall, that matched out exactly what our revenues were for Fund 10, thus the balanced budget. The revised budget reflects the same again because there's been no budget revisions that have been brought before the board at this point in time. It's not uncommon for that to occur throughout the year, so don't be surprised if over the next 6 months or so, there might be an opportunity for a couple of budget revisions coming your way. Monthly activity, total for the month, almost 5.9 million, $5,865,000 and change. And you can go up the column and you can see their salaries and benefits make up the lion's share of that. About 3.8 million is tied up in salaries and benefits. I always like to watch over the salary and benefit column for obvious reasons, right? Because that's where the lion's share of our expenditures are. But what you'll notice going forward is that you'll see that for the most part, the salary and benefit values, while they do change from month to month, there generally is very little variability in them. I mean, to see them increase $200,000, $300,000, increase or decrease is not uncommon. You got to keep in mind that while the majority of all of our teachers for that matter are salaried employees, we have a large number of hourly employees, and the number of hours that they work from week to week, month to month does change. The only thing that would cause significant variations in salaries in particular would be any months, since we are paid every other week, there may be occasions where we have a 3 pay period month, which would then cause our salaries to increase accordingly. Again, looking to the right, you can see fiscal year to date. Well, I'm sorry, before we do that, let's go back. So 5.8, almost 5.9 million in expenses in October of 23. Let's just look over real quick at October of 22, $5.95 million. Difference of less than $100,000 there. So that's the greatness about being able to look at from month to month, but it does go back to the, Ms. Johnson's questions about when you see variability, then what do you do? We recognize that and we look into the whys exactly. Fiscal year to date activity in 23-24, 17.4 million. Come over to fiscal year to date 22-23, 20.7 million. So thus we're spending $3 million less here to date so far this year than we did last year. And again, you can go up the columns to help identify why. Last year, at the end of October, by the end of October, we had $435,000 in debt payment that we do not have here this year. We had $617,000 worth of capital objects, about $550,000 more than our current year spend. Our non-capital objects, $915,000 compared to $222,000. Even the top row, 915 compared to 533. Got to make sure I'm looking at my fiscal year to date columns. Even the top row, $8.4 million in salary and wages at the end of October of 23 compared to almost $7.7 million in October of 23-24 school year. So again, just good opportunities to kind of look side by side. I'll do a quick pause and ask if there's any questions on Fund 10 expenditures. Is this too much? Are you getting lost? You keeping track? We're doing good? Okay, very well. We'll just page down, staying on page 1 and look at another fund real quick. Fund 27, our special education fund. And again, month to date activity through the end of October, almost $1.3 million. Looking at the end of October in the last school year, just over $1.3 million. Quick math tells me it's about $50,000 difference. So again, just how tight of alignment that is. Fiscal year to date in the current year, almost $2.9 million. Last year it was almost $3.2 million, so about a $300,000 difference. And again, you could go up the columns to identify where those differences are occurring. Just real quick then, we're going to come to the very end of the expense report. And again, we'll take a look at the monthly activity. Here at the end of October of 23, $7.3 million worth of expenses. If we go back to October of 22, coincidentally, 7.3, almost $7.4 million worth of expenses. And again, about a $55,000 variation there. Looking at fiscal year to date, here in 23-24, the end of October, 21.7. Going back and looking at the same period of reporting in the 22-23 school year, $25.5 million. And a final comment again, we talked about revenues, and I put my sheet away. How many accounts were there? 200 and something, if I recall correctly, 247 accounts. On the expense side, we have 6,749 individual accounts that capture all of our expense activity and then make up and is summarized here in that report. Any comments on that? Questions, thoughts? One more report to share with the board then as well. This is not something that you have seen with your prior reporting, but again, is something that I've utilized in the districts that I've previously served. So this report, titled at the very top, is the monthly fund balance report. And I think it's a great example. Fund balance, to put it in layman's easy terms, I would say it's very similar to our individual banking accounts that we may have, checking account, savings account, whatever in our personal situation. As we know, on our personal account, financial accounts, that typically changes, right? You know, as you receive monies, the deposits are made, your account balance goes up. As you write a check, use your debit card, whatever the case may be, monies are withdrawn from your account, and then your checking account, your bank account balances go down. The same premise then happens with fund balances behind the scenes. So working left to right on this, so there are a number of different accounts or different funds that have balances, and you can see them listed there. Fund 10, the general fund, Fund 21, the special revenue trust fund, Fund 27, the special education fund. This is a fund, along with Fund 99, the other cooperative and package programs at the very bottom, the bottom row, are prohibited by state accounting statutes from having a balance at the end or the beginning of the year. So those will customarily be blank. And at the very bottom, you'll see grand total equity, 35.6 million. Now, the board is probably very familiar with our declining fund balance over the years, and generally what that is a reflection of Fund 10, our general fund balance, that's reported here. That shows 11.7 million at the beginning of the fiscal year for the 23-24 school year. That value does include some funds that have been earmarked or attributed to other things. So there are prepaid expenses that were paid in the 22-23 school year that then get charged to the 23-24 school year. So that's captured there, along with some encumbrances, some accounts payable values also. But more importantly, you can look at this and think to yourself, okay, so at the beginning of the year, we had approximately $11.7 million in fund balance in Fund 10. If we go to the right, you'll see the beginning balance for October 23-24, about 10.7 million, so about $1 million decrease. And you can see that for all of the various funds going down the page. The next column to the right, October 23-24. So this is looking at your beginning of the month and then your end of the month for October. At the beginning of the month in October, we had $10.7 million in fund balance. At the end of the month in October, we had just over $5 million in fund balance. And you're thinking, where'd $5.7 million go? Or you should be, because that's what I would be thinking. So if we go back and we look at the revenues that we had in Fund 10 on our revenue statement, you'll see we had $129,000 in revenues. And if we go back and we look at our expenses in Fund 10 in October, we had $5.8 million of revenues. You subtract those out, and essentially we utilized $5.7 million in fund balance to maintain our day-to-day operations, our cash flow essentially, in the month of October. That's why the decrease from 10.7 to 5 million. And then again, an opportunity to do a comparison to the same reporting period in the prior year, the 22-23, $5,057,000. So again, very closely aligned from fiscal year to fiscal year as to the values. So again, it's something that I've utilized myself in prior districts, to be honest with you. My prior districts and boards, probably didn't spend as much time on fund balance on this report that I would suspect that the school district of Beloit in the board and committee, in the public for that matter, might do going forward, just because of our current situations. So that is all that I've got with regards to monthly financials. My apologies that what you have seen in the past was not accurate and updated, not intentional at all. But I think it does go to stress the importance of having original source documents coming straight from the financial system. Any comments or questions? Likes, dislikes?
Well, I got a question first. So, if we were to be into our short-term borrowing, say our line of credit,
Yes.
it would be, it's possible then that the general fund line, Fund 10 there, could show would it show a negative balance?
It would.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to be careful. I don't want to get you too educated, Brian. I got a job I got to.
Yeah, so as that gets
you're right.
closer, I mean, that would be the indication that we're into our line.
Correct. And trust me, if and when we need to tap that line of credit, it would be a regular part of my reporting as part of the Business Operations Finance Committee to inform you that we had to access the line. This is the draw amount that we used. And equally as important, when we go about having the opportunity to repay that, to thus minimize our interest expense. Yep.
Okay. The other thing is, so if we take an October 2022, 2023 ending balance, and then you have an October 23, 24 beginning balance, to me that says that's the same period of time. Like when one fiscal year ends and the next fiscal year begins, those numbers, in my mind, should be the same. But tell me why they're not.
Well, I think, as you were speaking, it dawned on me that maybe we should add a column to this report that shows the October 22-23 beginning balance as well. So that's the one column of information that's not duplicated there. So we've got ending balance to ending balance, but it might be helpful for me to have inserted in there the October 22-23 beginning balance. That way you can compare beginning balance for this year to beginning balance from last year, and then ending balance from this year to ending balance
Got it.
from last year. Am I tracking with you there?
It is, and even after you talking through it, I can see that wouldn't, even on this report, it wouldn't be the same number, because there's a year and a month in between those balances. So there's actually 13 months in between those balances.
Correct, right, yes. But I will go back and make an addition to this to include the prior year beginning balance as well. So we'll add that, and that way there's comparisons with both the beginning of the month and the end of the month from fiscal year to fiscal year. I think that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, we're good on that part then?
All right, great. So again, since the board report summary that was originally prepared was not accurate, I would suggest that the committee not take any action on that. And then we can kind of continue on, and if it's okay, I'll speak to the next agenda item as well. So I'm not sure, you should each be receiving the Wisconsin school news from the Wisconsin Association of School Boards. It's, I think, a monthly or thereabouts publication, maybe 10 times a year it comes out, something like that. Man, I was a school board member for 9 years, a number of years ago, but I still receive that publication. I still read it fairly regularly. There was an article in, I think it was the September issue, if I recall correctly, that speaks to the financial reporting system and understanding your financial reporting system. And I simply put that in there as information for the board members, the committee members, with encouragement to read. It's a great article, a lot of good comments in there. Some of the comments that are in there speak to some extent about the financial reporting original source documents that I just presented. It does suggest in one area of the article that perhaps we should go a little bit further on the expense side than what I'm currently presenting. Be willing to consider doing that, but the expenses would then turn from like a 3-page to probably about a 20-something page document, and it just might be a little bit overkill. So if we need to make some changes to the reporting on the expenditure side, we can do that as well. The article was drafted by Mike Berry. Mike is currently the executive director of the Wisconsin Association of School Boards, the School Business Officials, the entity that I belong to. Mike had a long and storied career as a school business official, starting out in the Pewaukee School District before moving to the Oconomowoc School District and thereafter to the Madison Metropolitan School District. He knows his stuff. He's really good. Again, just some encouragement for the board and the committee members to read through the article. I highlighted some stuff. There is some comment in here about a check register. So that too is something that perhaps could be incorporated into future committee meetings. But that's for the committee to decide. There's both pros and cons perhaps to doing that. But again, if we're talking about the spirit of transparency and accountability, we're being open and honest with everybody about what's there. So again, I'll take a pause there and ask if anybody has any questions about that.
I'll jump in. I think it's a great article. It does point out that transparency piece. I think maybe, with the detail that those news source reports can give us, if you can answer the questions when we do say, okay, well, here's a big difference. What was this for? And for me, it's particularly on the expense side because the revenue side is kind of is what it is.
Right.
So 90% of my questions are always going to be on the expense side because that's what we can control. If we can accomplish that, then I don't think an additional 30 pages is probably
Necessary.
good.
Yeah. It becomes cumbersome. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I do think, maybe one thing that this article brought up to me is in lieu of that, every month would be some kind of a, maybe a random audit where, maybe myself or another board member from the committee would say, hey, we're going to come in on, can I come in on Tuesday afternoon and I want to see everything from October, or just something. And maybe we could do that kind of a deeper dive as a spontaneous audit, and maybe cover that piece of it in there. Or maybe, we've got 3 committee members. If we did it 3 times a year, each one of us did it, that could be that level of check
Sure.
to see if there's anything,
Yep.
to do our due diligence.
Right.
And to be another set of eyes for you as well.
Yep.
The other thing I'd point out is Board Member Miller wasn't able to make this committee meeting tonight, but she had a question for me she wanted me to pose to you. And she just says she loves that you gave her some reading to do. She likes to read. And about the budget transparency. And she was just asking if there have been any efforts to ask the community how we can improve and increase our transparency. She says, for example, would people like more information on specific spending items or categories? Would people like the information presented in a different way? She says she's just curious what role the board can play in facilitating the transparency of the budget outside of what's posted online in the review of our monthly financials. So I guess she's bringing in the public side of this and transparency. Is there any thoughts or feedback that you think the public might want to see?
Oh, I'm sure. Lots of, right? And not to say, there's, the question is how best to do that, to provide the public greater transparency, to provide the listen to their thought process or their concerns, and then to incorporate that, right? So I watch the same pages some of you probably do, read the same newspaper that some of you probably do. I think we know what the public's looking for, asking for. There's the granularity of details, to what level of detail do we get to, try to be more bigger, broader picture. As a former school board member, I always thought to myself, my job as a board member is to be visionary, to look up and look out. what's to come per se, not to necessarily disregard everything that's behind us, because what's in the past is in the past. But yeah, it's that fine balance. Somebody's got a solution to it, let me know. I'm willing to do what we have to do there. It's part of the job, so.
Just wanted to pass Board Member Miller's thoughts along.
Yep, I appreciate those. I know exactly what she's saying. Yeah.
All right, any other questions on that? Thank you for sending that. I do, that's enjoyable. I like the direction that's going. Last item, item 4A, consider extending the contract with TC Networks.
Yeah, so this was, again, a discussion last month that we had. We did not have it down as an action agenda item. To be honest with you, I didn't feel that it was appropriate for the committee to act on it from an action standpoint last month, though we're hoping that the committee would consider doing that this month. And again, just a quick review. About this point in time last year, the district as a whole was asked to extend the contract with TC Networks by 1 year period of time. When that extension occurred, it kind of disrupted some alignment that we had in place between our 5-year E-rate cycle, which is kind of a federal funding program that operates on a 5-year cycle, and then our contract terms with our technology provider, in this case, TC Networks. So now if we were to, we are currently in a 1-year extension with TC Networks. If we were to go out to bid, we would either go out to bid for a 2-year renewal, because going out for a 3-year renewal would extend us beyond the federal E-rate 5-year process. My other concern about going out for bid at this point in time, to be very honest with you, is we're kind of coming into the crunch time with regards to operational referendum funding and doing scenarios and budget scenarios and making sure that we are responsive to the community and we get that question right out of the get-go so that we have a greater opportunity for passage come April. So ideally, what administration, myself, is asking is that the school board consider extending our contract with TC Networks for a 2-year contract term, both to cover the 24-25 and the 25-26 school year, which then would perfectly align both our technology managed services contract vendor with the E-rate program going forward thereafter. And again, E-rate is kind of a federal program. It's administered by the Universal Service Administrative Company, provides funding to offset certain eligible technology services, internet services to schools and public libraries. The federal program, very similar to a local RFP process where it begins through a competitive bidding. We have to input in the requirements that we're looking for. Through the federal E-rate process that essentially is communicated to all vendors who may be willing to provide a bid proposal or a response to our request for bidding. Thereafter, after 28 days, then the bid process is closed. And locally, we have the opportunity to review the service provider responses, both on a financial and other contingency and notation basis, and we can select the one that we choose to do business with. Thereafter, we apply for the discounts, and the discounts can either come on a reimbursement basis, so we pay the full amount up front, and then at the end of the year, we submit a claim and we get reimbursed back. The district has done that in a couple of cases, and sometimes the discounts come as a simple discount in the monthly bill that we receive and pay. So that kind of walks through the federal E-rate process. And then again, kind of that contract, we have 2 years left in our current E-rate. Then we will enter into a 5-year contract term, and we're hoping to realign that TC Networks contract to the federal E-rate contract. Lots of information. We talked about it last month. Perhaps you've thought about it a little bit, and I tried to help reconnect the dots, but I'll ask if there's any questions, concerns.
If this was something that we went out to bid, what is involved, work-wise, workload, and time-wise?
So if we go out to bid locally, which is what the district did 4 years ago, is they did a local RFP bid. There's some time that's needed in creating the document. I'm not an IT expert. You know, you're talking about scope of work and expectations, et cetera, that need to be kind of detailed in the RFP. I probably would have to lean upon more knowledgeable people to help with that. And by more knowledgeable people, I'd probably go to our local in-house technology, or TC Networks in-house staff. So, you know, they would essentially be helping to write the scope of the proposal that they may very well be then, you know, submitting a proposal on. Even if we did the local process, we still have to do the federal E-rate bid process back here, because this is an annual thing that you have to do anyway. So you got to go through this competitive bidding process through the federal government process and procedure, which quite honestly is probably more robust than what we would attend to locally. Work is work, but it's work that we have to do. You know, in order for us to receive the federal reimbursement dollars as a result of, or for the internet services and the technology equipment that the school district utilize, it's work that we have to do. We can't turn down those resources. Any other questions? Comfort levels?
I don't have any other questions. Anybody else here have any questions? So what we're looking for is asking for a motion to extend our contract with TC Networks for the 24-25 and the 25-26 school year to align with current USAC E-rate funding cycle.
So moved.
And I will second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passes. Next meeting date, we'll move on. To be determined with the holiday season. I'm not sure when the next committee meeting, but that'll be posted appropriately once determined. And then we'll move on to item 5B, adjournment. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? We are adjourned. And the HR committee meeting should start in approximately 5 minutes.
Is everybody ready? You on? Everybody's on and ready? I hate when this computer does this. Get a count before you get there. All right, I'm calling to order the December 5th, 2023 Human Resource Committee meeting at 6:33 PM. Mr. Shope, could I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Tia Johnson,
Present?
Brian Anderson,
Here.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Greg Schneider,
Present.
Brian Nichols could not be with us this evening, and Sean Levy.
Present.
All members are present except Brian Nichols.
Okay, is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So move.
It's been moved by Board Member Levy. Is there a second?
Second?
Seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Although, is there any discussion?
I do have one item of discussion. In the consent agenda,
Oh, no, we're on the HR meeting right now.
thank you. Thank you for correcting me on that.
It's okay.
Slow me down.
It's okay. But you might have to go back and recast your present vote so that you're in this meeting. No, I'm just saying.
Now I'm present.
Right, okay. All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approval signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes?
I move approval of the November 21st HR meeting minutes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second?
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. We're on to 2A. A motion may be made to convene the Human Resources Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering the employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion? There- All right, I'll make the motion because there is a need. I do have a need to go into closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion by Board Member Sean Levy, second by Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, Mrs. Shope, will you give us a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Tia Johnson,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, as we close out of the public meeting, join the link for the closed session. And we'll be returning to open session for any items that we might need to address. All right. Yep. All right, yep. All right, the Human Resource Committee is reconvening in public session in order to take action on any items discussed in closed session or take open session questions. So I'll open up to other board members. Are there questions for Exhibits A and B?
Thank you. Two quick questions. For Exhibit A, is there a reason that the increase/decrease column doesn't have the information for the two positions under the transfer and promotion? My assumption is that both of those are increases, but without the information, I'm not sure.
So the second transfer promotion is actually a lateral move, so there is no increase associated. And as a substitute, the value difference is only based on the number of assignments that they would take versus on a permanent role.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the note in executive content, but since it's blank, I just want to ask, under retirement/resignations, we are looking at a resignation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much. My other question is for Exhibit B, so I'll yield the floor in case other board members have questions on Exhibit A.
Are there other board members with questions for Exhibit A? Okay. Exhibit B?
Just one, the elementary band position is listed at $688 with 0 years of experience. And on the matrix for 0 years of experience for all activities at the elementary level, that's $232. So I'm just wondering if something needs to change with the number of years of experience or with that total amount.
So the number of years of experience is accurate. They're new to our school. I will have to verify on the 688 and make sure why that was calculated as such. Do we want to pull that one from?
I mean, that's an administrative decision since you all are presenting it, if you want that pulled from consideration.
We'll be able to, well, I have to ask the board, can I bring this back on, if we pull this now, can I bring it back on to December 19th?
Or you could edit it. If you're certain that it's 0 years of experience on the matrix, that's $232.
So do we want to go ahead and make that correction, and if it's something different, we bring it back?
That's what I would prefer.
Okay,
Correct
so we'll,
now. And if
okay.
it's something different, we'll bring it back to the board.
So just to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, you want the board to consider approving Exhibit B with the change from 688 to 232 for the elementary band position with 0 years experience. Is that
That's
accurate?
correct. That's correct. And then if it's incorrect, we'll have to bring it back to the board.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Any other questions for Exhibit B? Okay, is there a motion for Exhibit A and Exhibit B?
I move to approve Exhibit A and Exhibit B with the stated corrections.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Greg Schneider. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
All right.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right. Okay, our next meeting date, item 3A, is Tuesday, December 19th, 2023 at 6:30 PM. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes unanimously. We're adjourned. We'll start our business meeting in about 5 minutes.
We do have some seating right here in the front if you guys want to know. I promise you I won't talk too loud where it won't be any, backslash. We can grab some more chairs, administrators, if you'd like to. I think it's, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I can ask questions though. Is it occupancy here in this room? 68, maybe. Grab some more chairs on the side. Hey, Miss Miller. Here we are. But you remember, anytime a board member wants to go into closed session, you can say, I'd like to move to go into closed session. Whether it's on the agenda or not.
Okay, I'm going to call to order the December 5th, 2023 regular board meeting at 7:05 PM. I have our public announcement. The Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation. And I would like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Megan Miller,
Present?
Brian Anderson,
Here?
Tia Johnson,
Present.
Brian Nichols is unable to be here tonight, and Sean Levy.
Present.
All members are present except Mr. Nichols.
For the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there a second?
Second.
With a second by Board Member Greg Schneider, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. If you all stand, I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Mrs. Shope, do we have public comment tonight?
We do. I have one email and several in the room who would like to speak.
Okay, I'll read our statements and then we'll begin with the email first and then we'll address the voices in the room. Public comment, the Board of Education meetings are conducted for the purpose of carrying on the business of the schools. The board, as representative body of the School District of Beloit, wishes to provide an avenue for any individual to express interest in and concern for the schools. Accordingly, the public is invited to attend any sessions of the board or any meetings of the board committees. At every regular meeting of the board, time is set aside for the personal presentation of individual or group comments. Each person wishing to speak during this time shall complete the public comment card with their first and last names, home address, including city and state, if other than Wisconsin, the topic to be addressed, and whether you are speaking for or against this topic. The comment card shall then be given to the board secretary for entering into public record. Each person will be given up to 3 minutes to speak on their topic of interest or concern. Should the individual require translation assistance, a translator may be of the individual's choosing or one provided by the district. Public comments requiring translation will be given 6 minutes. The Board of Education asks that individuals complete the public comment card, give it to the board secretary, and approach the microphone when called upon. Citizens are offered the opportunity to email their public comments to publiccomments@schooldistrictbeloit.sdb.k12.wi.us from the time the meeting is posted until noon on the day of the board meeting in order to be read aloud during the public comment portion of the meeting. Thank you. And then also our norms for participation. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Individuals attending meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and orderly meeting and to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. signage, banners, or other materials which impedes any person's view of the proceedings shall be relocated. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns or questions that entail the disclosure of identifying information regarding specific students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice/agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately, and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Ms. Shope, can you go ahead and read the email first?
Yes. The email is from Hugo. The district is failing to properly meet the educational needs of the special needs students. Let me be clear, this is not on the teachers, but due to a lack of teachers and paras. This board needs to start doing something to address this immediately. The kids from Converse ID classrooms get sent to Merrill in overcrowded classrooms, and 8-year-olds get stuck in the same classes as 4-year-olds. How is that supposed to be helpful? Perhaps you should take the time and visit these rooms and see for yourself why it's important to get this fixed, and appreciate the staff you still have working with these kids. If you can't fix the problems, then start sending them to the Richardson School where they can get the education they deserve. You can call my comments belligerent, but this is me being civil. If you can't take criticism, then don't be a public servant. Remember you work for the people.
Okay. Is that the end of the comment?
It is.
All right, we'll take the voices in the room.
So our first person is Tim Vedra.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Garrison. I'm Tim Vedra. I'm president of the Beloit Education Association. 50 years ago, this past September, something happened in Beloit that up until now had never been repeated. The year was 1973, and the Beloit Education Association failed to ratify an agreement with the Board of Education and went on strike for 10 days to get a fair settlement. Well, tonight, history has repeated itself. The membership of the Beloit Education Association, fresh off a resounding victory in our recertification election that's held annually, rejected the offer from the Board of Education by a vote of 53% no to 47% yes. Having been president of the BEA for the past 23 years, nearly half of those 50 years since the strike, I am in complete disbelief that a voluntary settlement could not be reached. There were multiple occasions that offers were made that would have had minimal impact on the budget, and each and every time they were proposed, they were flatly rejected. The proposal, in the end, we were off by about 2%, which was a difference of about $550,000 between the two sides. That may sound like a large sum of money, but in reality, it is about 0.5% in the district's total budget. So here we are, history repeating itself 50 years later. This time, we cannot strike due to state law, but that does not diminish the fact that this offer was rejected. I have always thought this district has valued its employees. This has been consistently demonstrated through words and actions in my 30-plus years here. However, your actions, this bargain, will speak louder than your words do. We need to attract and retain the best and brightest professional educators in our district. This offer, which is half of the Consumer Price Index increase, creates less buying power for every single professional educator. This offer does not keep our starting salaries competitive with our surrounding districts, including Janesville and Turner, our two closest ones. Both of these districts gave substantially higher pay increases, which will further impact our ability to attract and retain the best and brightest professional educators that our district deserves. In fact, out of 10 school districts within 50 miles of Beloit, our starting salary ranks 9th, ahead of only Argyle School District. For reference, applying that 2% salary increase that was the difference between us and the board, our starting salary would now be ahead of or very close to many of those 10 districts, keeping us competitive when hiring new employees. The room tonight is full of dedicated employees who have worked tirelessly for years serving our district and our students and our families. The least that should have been done would have been to offer a settlement that recognizes this hard work and dedication and that is competitive with other districts. Our district should be leading the way with compensation so we have every position filled and we stop this cycle of high turnover every year in our staff. We know that research says one of the most effective ways to boost student achievement is to build strong, caring, and trusting relationships with our students. In order to build those relationships, we need staff that stay here each year and provide consistency for our students so we get to know our families. 50 years of bargaining reasonable voluntary settlements has come to an end. Please think about that and know that the BEA was committed to reaching a fair voluntary settlement this year, and we will be in future bargains. Thank you.
Next, I have Kristen and Stephanie.
Kristen Hosey, I'm yielding my time to Stephanie Raypatch. Good evening, board members and Dr. Garrison. Actions speak louder than words. We've all heard this many times, and it's certainly evident here tonight as the educators of the Beloit School District come here to protest the inaction of our school board and administration. I've had to take action against an unfair school board only 3 times during my 39-year teaching career, when I felt like I needed to make my voice heard regarding my value as an educator. 30 years ago in 1993, I stood up in action with my fellow DEA members to walk a picket line in a strike in Dayton, Ohio, because we were not being respected and compensated fairly for the job we did. For 42 days, I took action with my fellow DPS teachers and showed my displeasure at the unfair treatment and dismal working conditions as I carried a sign and walked that picket line. And in the end, my actions paid off and we achieved the goal of fair compensation and better working conditions. 10 years ago, I again took action when I decided to leave the Janesville School District when I saw conditions there worsening and my salary stagnating and a board that was unwilling to listen and work with us for fair salaries and benefits. I felt like I wasn't valued for the above and beyond job that I knew I was doing in the classroom every day. And once again, I am taking action against a school board and administration that is showing me I am not valued enough to get a decent raise, despite the constant words of gratitude and appreciation for us. Your words mean nothing if you can't back them up with actions. Stop sending me fancy postcards like this for every holiday, telling me how much you are grateful for me and how much you appreciate my unwavering support for students, families, and communities, and show me your gratitude by giving me a raise that's close to or equal to the surrounding school districts. Although we can't strike in Wisconsin, as I once did in Dayton, Ohio 30 years ago, I can take action by now only working my contracted hours of 8 to 4. And I can stop doing all of those extra above and beyond duties that an average educator does every single day outside of our contracted time. My weekends and evenings will be for me and my family from now on, and not for hours of grading, lesson planning, and translating all my lessons into Spanish, because I have so many limited English speakers in my classes without help. I will only use my contracted hours now to do that planning and grading, and if I get pulled to sub in other classes, as I often do every day during my prep time, and I can't get that planning and grading done then, it'll have to wait for another time or day. I love my students, and I love this chosen career as an educator. For 39 years, I've been doing it, and I really had planned on coming and teaching for another 5 years, but now I'm seriously considering retirement, and I'm sad that all of my experience and expertise of those 39 years in the educational field seems to mean so little. Actions speak louder than words. Your actions speak louder than words. If you continue to devalue and disrespect the educators of our district, you are going to lose many more in the future than you have lost this past year, and the students and families of our good district will suffer. Show us that we're valued. Show us that we are respected. Show us, don't just tell us. Thank you.
Next, I have Meredith Glossemeyer.
Hi, I'm Meredith Glosmeyer. I've been teaching for 29 years in Beloit. I love this city. I love this district. I'm so glad to see so much support around, and that's a real benefit. I don't have as much planned here to say, but I just want to say I'm both saddened and dismayed by the lack of willingness to negotiate with us. We asked for 2 additional paid days and 2 beginning of the year PD days off. I just don't think that that was asking for a lot. And this was after the board had rejected other offers. And I'm just, again, just very saddened and feel as many of you do. We put a lot of time in. We put our hearts and souls into this job. And again, we weren't asking for the moon. We understand, most of us, that there are a lot of hardships right now. But I just do not feel like that was asking for a whole lot. Thank you for your time.
Next, I have Melanie.
Hello, everybody. I'm a little nervous. I don't like speaking like this, but I am a 4th year special education teacher. I started school in this district, and I wanted to come home to where I started. This is my 2nd career, and I am just up here to say that I work with these people every day, and they do amazing things. They go above and beyond. And like everybody's already said, actions speak so much louder than words. And one of the things that Stephanie said about working past our time, I work until sometimes 7, 8 o'clock at night because I have a huge caseload. There's no way I can get what I need to get done in a day. I'm putting out fires all day. I'm, teaching, I'm helping. I'm teaching, working with new teachers, just doing so many things that I feel like every day when I go home, I'm exhausted. And I don't think that I'm fairly compensated for that. I feel like everybody in this room can say that. And I just think that we deserve what we're worth. And we're not getting that right now. There's been a lot of talk about the considerations that you guys just refused right away that wouldn't cost you guys any money or very little. And I think that says a lot as well. And I think that should be something that you guys consider for everybody here. That's all.
Dustin?
So my name is Dustin Rondeau. I am a teacher at Beloit Memorial High School. I started at BMHS 8 years ago, and I've been there ever since. I think sometimes teaching is kind of just seen as an act of selflessness, almost a charitable act. The thought is that because we chose this career for the purpose of serving others, for the purpose of impacting students' lives, the satisfaction of knowing that we're being helpful is payment enough. But at the end of the day, teaching is still a career. And careers are supposed to allow people to make a living. I've always believed that you can tell a lot about a person's priorities based on what they invest their time and their money in. You guys have met and discussed teacher salaries since May, which is over 7 months ago. That is certainly a lot of time. Unfortunately, all that time has been spent doing quite literally everything in your power to ensure that there is as little money invested in teachers as possible. What this shows me is that the school board does prioritize teacher salaries. It's just that priority is that our salaries remain low. With a cost of living increase of 8% and with seemingly every district in the area agreeing to salary adjustments reflective of that increase, I didn't think it was beyond the realm of possibility that we would also be compensated accordingly. When we signed our mystery contracts back in June, it was at the same rate as the previous year, which meant we signed our contracts at an 8% pay cut. We signed our contracts agreeing that we would work this school year, putting in the same work or in all likelihood more work, but essentially getting 8% less compensation for that work. When my rent went up this summer by 25%, I thought to myself, well, at least my salary increase might make a dent in that. Well, 7 months later, I'm happy to report that thanks to the generosity of the school board, I might be able to count on an extra $29 per week. I spent a long time trying to figure out how to wrap this up, but honestly, I don't know what else to say. As teachers, we put our hearts into our work. It's a job that we don't just get to clock out at the end of the day or even at the end of the week. But sometimes it feels like the community, and now the school board, doesn't think we're doing an important enough job to deserve enough money to pay our bills. Now, believe it or not, I love my job. These students need us, and honestly, I need them. I've devoted my life to these kids. We all have, all the teachers in here. They need people who care. Us teachers, we care. And if you believe in us, if you think teachers can make a difference in our students' lives, then all we're asking for is a salary that reflects that. But if you think that our salaries deserve to be less than what it costs to live, then I guess I have nothing left to say.
And the last one I have is Deborah.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Prouse, 2056 Cobblestone Court here in Beloit. This is my 24th year teaching in Beloit, 33rd year teaching total. And I was listening, and I wasn't actually sure I was going to get up and talk, but I was listening about the 550 and many 550,000, and many people mentioned that. And Dustin, you kind of nailed it when you said the $29 a week, because I did a little math too. I know that's shocking to people. But it basically winds up to about $6.50 per day per teacher. So the investment that we're making needs to be in our people. No program is going to fix what's happening in our district. No program is going to tell us what to do with our kids, because we know our kids. And we know because we're there every single day. And we're there subbing during prep time, repeatedly. We are there before school, after school. I went up to somebody's classroom today during lunch. Guess what? There were students in there at lunch. Our teachers work far more than the 7.5 hours that we are told we work already. And so when something happens where we can't even look to our teachers and say, you know, hey, they're giving us that cost of living. They're acknowledging that we are working. It's really hard for us then to look them in the eye. It's hard for me to think about some of our younger teachers who are not only paying the rent that Dustin's talking about, but paying their student loans and trying to do things. They walk in with things for our kids. They're buying things for our kids, and we're not even looking at them and saying, you deserve at least a cost of living. At least a cost of living. And so I've been here for 24 years, 39, I heard, right? Or 39 years in education, but many of us have been here 33, and I can't help but wonder, and I said it in one of our meetings, sometimes the cost of not giving us that extra 2% is going to be far more than the 550,000, and I really worry as I look at our younger teachers what the cost will be, and it frightens me. Thank you.
Excuse me, Board President Levy, I do have one other person who's asked if she could speak. Okay.
Hi, my name is Yesenia Zayana, so I'm a little nervous. I came here initially for a school report for my class, but since being here and being introduced about what's going on, especially with the teachers that I see every day, for the most part, it saddens me that the school district is called school district for a reason. It involves the school. It just saddens me that my teachers are being forced probably out of this job in Beloit, teaching kids in Beloit, helping families in Beloit, just due to the pay, because of the pay. I know one of my teachers from sophomore year, Mr. Flynn, he left, he told us for his kids in Janesville, but he said he loved teaching in Beloit. So I don't know if it's because of the pay that affected his reasoning too, that made him leave, but it just saddened me to have him leave. It also would sadden me if multiple teachers here, especially Wandu, if they left because you guys are not paying them enough. They do more than they are getting paid for. Wandu, he's the advisor for NHS. He does beyond what he should be doing. And like in school, there's teachers have this like sub for all these other classes during their prep that I feel like us as students are getting ignored because they are taking the responsibility that other teachers, that we need more teachers to come in to help out, but because we're so understaffed and so many other teachers have to make up for the fact that this teacher's gone because they're sick and they have no one else and this is the only time, I feel like us as students, we're getting the short end of the stick as well as the other teachers inside the building. So I signed up to talk just so that I can help bring awareness from the student side, from the student perspective, for you to increase our teachers' pay so that they can stay here and teach people in Beloit and the families and the other generations to come up and give us quality education. Thank you.
Is that the end of public comment?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Item 3A, Superintendent Board Report.
So my board report is actually an extension of our regular agenda when it looks at our year-end review. But before I go there, I'm excited to actually talk about our year-end review because there was a lot of great things that did happen in the school district of Beloit last year, of course, going into this year. It is my responsibility to bring these conversations to the board, and I look forward to that year-end review conversation. So that's pretty much part of my board report. Additionally, we have started a referendum conversation here in the school district. Last week, we had two community listening sessions. Everyone who is a everyone who is a community member should have gotten those surveys in the mail as it pertains to our referenda and some of our needs from a fiscal perspective here in our school district, which includes, of course, partly the reason why we're going to referendum, which is based off of our need for funds. And so, again, if you got that referendum flyer or survey in the mail, please fill it out, of course. And then, of course, I think there's a way for you to send it back naturally. It is going to a third party, so that information is not necessarily coming straight to us, but it's going to our partners who will collect all that data information for us. And then, of course, we'll be able to, I'm looking at the clock over there, my time went up. We'll be able to, of course, get that data and be able to share that back out with the board at a later time here in December. There are two additional conversations that we'll have this month and an additional conversation in January as well. So that information can be found on the website as it pertains to our referendum updates. And that's part of that's all I want to share right now because, again, in the regular board agenda, I do have the year-end review update, which we will be speaking a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. All right, committee and other board reports from our committee chairs.
I'll start. The Business Operations and Finance Committee met today earlier and reviewed our October financials. Mr. Chady's looking at making some some reporting changes that will add additional transparency to both revenues and expenses, which I think everybody will find useful. And also on that, we considered extending the contract with TC Networks. So pretty basic meeting, and we will be on the agenda again, I believe, for the first week in January, whenever that is determined.
Teaching, learning, equity, and pupil services.
Hi, good evening. We did not meet. We will be meeting at our next scheduled meeting, but I did want to take a liberty and just acknowledge for the board our sadness at the passing of Dan Nerad, who has helped our district through countless superintendent searches and has really helped bring a lot of positivity to our district. So I just wanted to take a moment and recognize him. Thanks.
Thank you. The Governance Committee did meet on last Tuesday. We had representatives from EUA who completed our facility study, and Findorf. Just kind of note, the presentations are there. At this time last year, we did not have our facility study. And with this information, one of the things that has been brought to our attention is that if we were to look at, they completely graded all the facilities that we have in the district, and like using a heat map to give scores of the type of work that should be done. So presently for like 2023, we have about $9 million in end-of-life repairs and adjustments that are just one-to-one direct costs. In a 10-year span, we have about $140 million worth of facility work that needs to be completed. So, you know, one of the things that we talked about is we went to referendum last year. We only had one opportunity to ask 2 questions, so we did use that opportunity. We're about 100 votes short on the operational referendum, about 300 or so short on the capital referendum. Capital was closer with 100. The operational was farther away with 300. 5, right? Yeah. So in general, and when we look at that work in governance, the important part of that for our future and our planning, and I've said this before and I kind of put it in phrase again, is that there are some things in Beloit that have been kicked down the road, and today is December 5th, 2023, and we are the people that are at the end of the road. There are some things that need to be put in place, like those studies, so we have accurate understanding of the type of work that needs to be done, and then we're planning our way out of that, those situations with appropriate actions to be taken. So now we have that capital information, which will be used to form those questions and other things, and we continue on in that work. And those reports will come to full board meetings as time permits, and we have those drivers of that work that'll come forward, because we also talked about some of the vacant facilities that we have also. All right. So we are now at D, legislative update.
Hi, good evening. I didn't post a legislative update because I've been doing them once a month, but since we have a full house here, I'll take this opportunity to remind us that there is still a $6 billion state budget surplus in the state of Wisconsin. And also, I'm sure all of you in the room know that there was recently a lawsuit filed to challenge the constitutionality of Act 10. So that is something that we'll continue to watch and monitor. And if anybody is interested in a more thorough legislative update, I'm working with our fabulous administration to get our legislative updates on the website. There's actually a vote tracker that I've linked where you can go representative by representative throughout the state and watch every single vote related to education, so you can see which representatives are voting on which bills, et cetera. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Policy Committee will meet tomorrow in this space at 5:30, and the agenda has been posted.
All right, thank you. We're now on to our consent agenda. Typically, there's no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in a normal sequence on the agenda. Does anybody have a request for anything to be removed from the consent agenda?
Item C, please.
I'd like item A pulled.
A? All Okay. Is there a motion for the other items?
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second.
So there's been a motion by Board Member Miller for B, D, E, and F. Second by Board Member Schneider. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We'll start with item A.
So in our Finance Committee meeting, the financials for October had some errors in there that weren't able to be corrected in time for posting, so we're going to lay those over until our December 19th meeting.
All right, and C.
Just a couple points of clarification in the minutes from the November 16th meeting. It says that Board Member Levy called the meeting to order, but it doesn't have a time listed. I'm wondering, is that information available? And then my other concern, and I'm asking for clarification because this was a BEA negotiation meeting, and so our quorum would be the two board representatives that were there. So my question is, were the minutes written to only involve those two representatives? Similar to a committee meeting. If there are other board members present at the committee meeting, they don't make motions, they don't vote. And then my specific concern is with the approval of the agenda, it says it's motioned by Board Member Johnson, but then the vote of Board Member Johnson isn't captured. So I just wanted to make sure that we were consistent with the minutes there.
I would be in favor of just not approving the minutes tonight and just waiting until we can get clarifications, but that's just my opinion.
That's fine with me. Mm. 6A, year in review strategic update.
All right, so this is a year in review for us tonight. We wanted to bring to the Board of Education information as pertains to kind of where we were last year to the date. And of course, this is of course, we will not be able to capture everything that we did in the year naturally, but these are some of the highlights that we had, as well as some of the strategic plan initiatives that are also in place for our school district. Before I get started, naturally, I wanted just to introduce our executive team. Mrs. Mortek, if you could just wave real quick. Ms. Mortek, thank you. Mrs. Beavers, naturally, Mrs. D. Almendares, Mr. Chady, Bob Chady, and of course, Monica Christopa, our communications specialist. I always get that title wrong, I'm sorry. Communications and marketing. Chief of Communications. I already get it wrong.
Who's assigned?
And I apologize, Mrs. Christopa. I do that all the time. One of the things that I want to say is, naturally, when we are working on a year-end review, it's all encompassing. There's a lot of people that put a lot of work into this year and a lot of work into, kind of capturing where we are today. Again, I don't just say this, just be saying this, but I think everyone that's in the room today, that includes teachers, that includes administrators, naturally that includes students as well, community members, and the board members are community members, naturally. And of course, everyone that has a part, parents as well, and of course, I like to call it our extended family. Naturally, in the community, there's more than just the people that you see here that contributes to the work that we do, but there's a lot of people that contributes to the work that we do, and so I just want to say thank you for that. Sit here. Oh, sure, if you want to. I can't stop you from laughing. This presentation highlights the pathways from referendum to reconfiguration to a balanced budget. Those three things that one could argue that was captured in 1 year's time is a lot. It's a lot of heavy lifting. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of things that again, I can't do alone. As a district administrator, again, these themes, just those 3 themes in that first little stanza there is a whole lot. And again, I will be remiss if I didn't say thank you. Of course, we have a focus on student achievement, continuous improvement, and service at the highest level. One of the things that I've always stated since I've been a district administrator in the school district of Beloit is that I'm gonna focus on these 3 things. Again, student achievement, continuous improvement, and of course, service at the highest level. And at any point where I have not met that mark, it is my goal and it's my job to make sure I do meet that mark. I just don't say that. Hopefully that also shows in this results conversation through action. And so this slide kind of doubles as our table of contents, but it's also part of our district highlights. And again, so when you see reconfiguration, of course there'll be some slides about that. There'll be some slides about referenda, celebrations, summer engagement, strategic plan. There'll be a conversation about the balanced budget, attendance, enrollment, our district report card, and of course our communications and messaging. And the reason why this slide is important, again, because although it states district highlights, but it also will double as our table of contents. And so that's kind of the bullet points that we will capture tonight. My team is prepared to, of course, share a lot of this information, but naturally I also have principals in the room that I'd like to say thank you as well for the work that they did, of course, in this year, over the course of this year. And so if you're a principal in the room or assistant principal in the room or a district administrator in the room, could you please just wave your hand at me real quick? Again, thank you so much for the work and the time that you put in to getting us to this point. And so again, I just want to make sure I put some thanks into the room for not just our teachers, but also for our principals. And so I'll start off real general. Last year when I came here, we had a lot of conversations about reconfiguration. Naturally, there was a survey that we put out, and I'm not going to read every bullet point, just FYI, just due to time. But naturally, there was a reconfiguration survey that went out. That survey went out, and we captured information from November 21st to December 6th. I was appointed November the 14th, so I didn't come here to sit down and just kind of twiddle my thumbs and kind of hope for some things to happen. We got right to work, and as a school district, we moved right into that conversation as it pertains to reconfiguration. Naturally, we had superintendent listening sessions, and of course, we hosted a numerous amount of community listening sessions as well as it pertains to our reconfiguration conversation. We had an ad hoc committee. I don't know if you remember that, Mr. Levy. I got here on the 14th, and then that following week, we started with ad hoc committee conversations. Right after Thanksgiving, that ad hoc committee met about 4 times. That pretty much got us to where we were with that first referendum question. And as Mr. Levy has already shared in his report, with the earlier report, we did go to referendum last year, and you all know that we just came up a little bit short in our overall request to the school district. You know, am I happy with the coming up a little bit short? You know, naturally, the voters voted how they voted. And again, it was one of the things that, for me, was real, breathtaking. It was a lot of conversations. I can't tell you. We had over 45 conversations in about 7 weeks to really get the word out about our referendum. And so it wasn't a lack of effort. It was just a lack of time. We had about 7 weeks to get it out. And this time around, I believe we have a lot more time to get our requests out to our constituents and get a lot more information back from our community as a whole versus just an ad hoc community. And so I just want to make sure I shared that with the entire group. And as I just kind of snapshot this thought, here's some of those listening sessions that we did. This is not all encompassing, but again, about 45 or so meetings or more meetings in about 7 weeks is what I was able to capture in that time frame. A lot of work, and again, I would like to thank everybody for that time that we put into that referendum conversation. Yes, we did lose by about 100 votes in our capital conversation, and as I already stated, a little over 500 in our operational conversation. But we knew that this day was, the board knew that this day was coming last year when I got here, that we were coming to a fiscal need. And we'll get into a little bit more of our fiscal need as this presentation transpires. Celebrations, naturally, again, this is not all of our celebrations, but I will draw a note to a couple of these. The ones that I've already covered, you already see. Naturally, we did a reconfiguration of 4K through 5th grade, 6, 8, and 9, 12 grade band change. That was heavy lifting, and all that happened over about 5 weeks of time, 5 months of time. A lot of people will look at these celebrations and think you could have did one of those, and it could have been the celebrations for some in the whole entire school year. But we did a lot of things. We implemented a new reading curriculum and a new math adoptions. We did a welcome back for the first time in many years in our school district since 2019, 2020. Based off of the survey results from that, I believe we are, again, it was well received. We had increased district enrollment. And I like to pause there for a second because in a lot of conversations, we have not paused at this thought. Over the course of the past 7 or more years, we've had a decline in enrollment in our school district to the tune of over 300 or so students per year. And this year, 2023-24, we are at 5,214 students. I get a little choked up at that point because I did not want to see 300 of our students leave our school district. I don't think anyone in this room wanted to see 300 of our students leave our school district. And so that statement alone deserves a round of applause for everybody that had a lot to play into making sure that our students and families chose our school district. So that's a very positive statement. And oftentimes we won't celebrate, we won't say it, we just keep going, right? But there comes a time in every district administrator's responsibility to stop and pause and celebrate what we did, what we were able to accomplish last year. And we got a lot more that we want to accomplish. We have a lot more that we want to accomplish. And so, but that 5,200, over 5,200 students is a huge accomplishment for us in the school district of Beloit. When we made that grade band shift, there was a lot of, different feelings around that, which it should have been. When we did those school closures, there was a lot of different feelings around that, which it should have been. And that was not an easy conversation to have in 5 months of my arrival. But I believe those changes that we made solidified our families wanting to stay with us, and it shows in us not losing plus 300 or so students. That's a huge accomplishment for us. I did want to just pause and really, kind of make sure that that's very, vocally known. Now, again, I want to say thank you to everyone that had a huge play in that. We balanced the budget. And I know not a lot of times people, don't appreciate that thought, or I shouldn't say don't appreciate that thought. There's a lot that go into that thought. There's a lot that goes into how do you balance a budget. Last year, before I arrived, it was at a $10 million deficit in the school district of Beloit, a $10 million plus deficit in the school district of Beloit. When I came to the city in November, we were real around $4 million to $5 million at a deficit. And we ended the school year with around about $1 million or $2 million in a deficit. Then, of course, we all know some of the things that happened in our school district as it pertains to not passing our referenda and the state holding funds. Now, again, some of that stuff is out of our control. Duly noted. Duly noted. Some of that stuff is out of our control. But we did have some advocacy work that we did on the front end of that conversation and on the back end of that conversation. And the state was able to release certain funds, not just to us, but we got the funds that everybody else was able to get, okay? We got the funds that everybody else were able to get. And so it wasn't like we got a favor from the state. Again, we got the funds that everybody else was able to get, and we got access to that. Naturally, with that thought, along with some other things that had to transition during the summer, we were able to balance the budget, okay? Balance a budget from a $10 million deficit to a balanced budget. Now, again, that's not work that's done in isolation. That was a lot of conversations at the staff level. There was a lot of conversations at the administration level. There was a lot of conversations at the community level as well. And so I want to make sure that when we're talking about some of our huge celebrations in a year, that a $10 million deficit coming off the books for now is a huge accomplishment for the school district of Beloit. And again, for that, I want to say thank you. I'll turn it over to Mrs. Christopher for our summer engagement events.
Able to pull one celebration that I'm going to talk just briefly about, and it really was our summer engagements. And that really is a big thank you to our principals, assistant principals, and staffs at each one of these schools. We highlighted, 3 summer events at 10 of our schools, 30 events, 1,000 plus families and students attended these. Some were hosted at our schools. Some we had outreach and went to community locations and hosted them. Movie nights, game nights, arts, crafts, music. So I want to take a minute and just to really give a shout out to the work of each of our school buildings to pull those together. And I've heard Dr. Garrison and the admin teams are preparing for next summer as well. So that's something we're going to continue. I'm going to go right into the strategic plan. So the Board of Education, all of you, prioritized the development of a strategic plan for the start of the 2022 school year. We are now in year 2 of that plan. The process involved stakeholders and elevated the voices of our students, staff, community partners, business leaders, advocates, higher education partners, and that's how this strategic plan was written. The end result is we created pathways and a systematic approach to delivering inclusive, equitable, and diverse 21st century learning priorities and objectives. You'll hear about those tonight and what work has been done this past year. So we're going to share an update on our priority areas. There are 5 of them: equity, culture and leadership, whole child, finance, and engagement. And before we get into a little more detail on that, I should note that while Dr. Garrison and his executive team will be presenting on our progress with the strategic plan, this is a district-wide update involving the work of our entire staff. So with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Mortek to come up and begin. Are you the first one? On equity.
And as Ms. Mortek comes up, I just wanted to say that, again, our strategic plan is a working, living document. And so we weren't going to be able to capture everything that we did in the working, living document this year. And so these 5 areas with the KPIs, key performance indicators, was something that we will kind of discuss. We won't go into each of these bullet point items, but we do want to make sure that it's on record that these are some of the things that we were able to capture this school year. So Mrs. Mortek.
Sure. Thank you very much. Good evening. And then just to add to that as well, this is a snapshot between the 2 Novembers of 22 to 23. So we could populate this with even more work that we're doing right now because we're always continuously working and ongoing towards these priority areas with action items. So a couple on this sheet that I wanted to highlight was our equity audits that we do. Those are part of our school improvement planning process. So schools engage in those to help to inform the goals that they're making in their buildings. So that was a piece that was put into that to address disproportionality. Something else that I think is important to recognize is some of the work that we've done with a man by the name of Rodney Thomas. Rodney Thomas comes from the National Equity Project originally, which is a national organization that's worked with school districts across the country. Also worked in Chicago Public Schools, and then he was the chief of staff at one point in Madison. Currently, he has a book out, just so people know. It's a great book written and published through Harvard Press about equity leadership. So he works with beginning with school leadership teams. So when he started, he was working with the cabinet. He helped to design our DEI statements that we have as a district, and then later worked with the Equality Committee in facilitating some of that work. In addition, he has worked with our principal group and also the departments of Teaching, Learning, and Equity, and also Pupil Services. This type of work is really about systems and structures and figuring out how to put the human at the center, and all of the changes that were happening in the district with leadership. A lot of the work that we had to begin was from the inside out. And so really working from a central office, a cabinet level, and a school board level. And so that's been some of the work that we've done with Rodney Thomas. And then the last piece is looking at data structures. We are right in the minutia of this right now. So we were using a former dashboard, and we went to a different dashboard. Right now, we're meeting with them on Thursday. We went from EduClimber to Otis to help with transparency and usage of data And again, we're just rolling that out right now. It's been a lot of back-end work of uploading data systems, and we will see where we land with Otis. So that's some of the work as far as equity is concerned.
We're just going to toggle back and forth.
Okay.
So I'm going to speak to the priority area about culture and leadership, and the strategies in this area really focus on cultivating relationships and making sure students, staff, and families have a sense of belonging in our school district. And Monica kind of touched on some of the activities that we've done in regards to that, one being the summer engagement activities, which was highly successful. Also, valuing and appreciating and supporting our staff, and then collectively supporting our students, and really understanding that collectively we make a bigger impact than we do individually. And some of the work I wanted to highlight here was the cross-departmental work that we've been doing for the past 2 years with some technical assistance support from our CISA. And we're really doing systems work and challenging the systems that we have in place and looking at mindsets throughout the district and challenging those to become a more inclusive environment for our staff and students and families. I'll pass it back to Teresa. We're really going to go back and forth here.
Okay. Okay, so our next priority area is whole child, and that's broken up into 3 areas in the strategic plan. It works with academic achievement, social emotional learning, and then health and wellness. And so specifically in the area of academic achievement, we have done tons of work and lift on bringing high-quality materials and instructional practices to the school district. Over the last now going into the 3rd year with the ARC implementation, we have brought high-quality materials in science, Amplify, ARC in K-5, Springboard 6-8, and now in Eureka Math. That is a huge lift, and we took advantage of our ESSER funds to make some of those purchases that you normally is very challenging in a district. And as we continue, this lever is about not just high-quality materials, because we need to make sure that our teachers have that in their hands every day, but it's also about high-quality instructional practices. So along with these purchases is also all of the professional learning, and I cannot thank the staff enough. We've been doing learning walks, and just to see year 1 implementation of the Eureka Math curriculum is quite inspiring. Every classroom that I have been in the schools that I've walked so far, all of the teachers are using the materials. And we are working on the pacing, because usually with a first-year implementation, it takes a little bit longer to get through materials. That's just how it is. But wanting to improve upon the pacing, but that's a huge one. And then the other one that I wanted to highlight was the use of empathy groups and think about systems and structures. Empathy groups actually comes out of liberatory design theory, which is some of that former work I talked about with equity. We have used the lifting of stakeholder voices, specifically student voice, to help shape our vision for literacy and mathematics in our district. And that's really, to be honest, at the forefront of education. When we talk about leaning into qualitative data and equity and stakeholder voices, empathy groups and affinity groups is right on the edge of where education is across this country. So I'm very proud to say that the School District of Beloit is engaging in that work, and actually, in a lot of ways, leaders of that work. And then the last part that I'd like to highlight, just because even tomorrow, is the work that we're doing with Ford and GL and building out our academies. Even tomorrow night at the high school is our BMHS Expo, which highlights universities, partnerships, and all of the academies. It's from 5 to 7. We have people specifically in the room that have done a lot of heavy lifting for that work. And so that's really exciting because it's streamlining the work at the high school to become a K-12 system. So not just what's happening in isolation at those sections, but how we look at our school system K-12 and all leading up into those academies and those pathways. And that work has really turned a corner since our strategic plan has taken place.
I'm going to speak to the social emotional learning piece of the whole child, and really we've focused on designing systems and really building on the opportunities that we've already had available in the School District of Beloit. with a focus on social emotional learning. We've spent a lot of time on professional learning and then really making sure there's time for explicit instruction in social emotional and behavioral learning within the master schedule, and then focusing on the fidelity of implementing the curriculum in that classroom, the universal curriculum, and then really starting to collect data, and not just one point of data, but multiple points of data, and starting to really analyze that and looking at skill and will and how we can create programming that is more data-driven in the area of social emotional learning. Am I doing wellness too? Okay. The last portion of Whole Child is health and wellness. And really, we've focused on expanding partnerships to increase opportunities for students and families in the school district of Beloit. For example, we've implemented on-site clinics for acute and chronic conditions. We've had clinics for physicals, and we've provided immunizations to students, decreasing the number of exclusions we've had this year for school for the purpose of that. I'm going to pass it on to Monica for engagement.
One of the most positive things that occurred is engagement intersects with every one of our priorities. So I'm going to highlight a few, but as Teresa and Missy have shared and Bob and Dee Dee will be sharing, that you'll see lots of engagement under each priority. I want to talk about, for our students, the summer work group attendance procedures. All schools had plans and actions to increase attendance in our schools. I'm going to specifically give a notice to Beloit Memorial High School, who before school started, the entire staff, and Dr. Garrison and I were there for that, had a big kickoff, and they went out and met with every student, talking about the importance of attendance and being there. Later on, you're going to see a slide, and let's look at what our attendance was the year before and what our attendance is now. Dr. Garrison will be sharing that. Other thing with students, I worked very closely with Deb Prowse and Emily Pels in developing an internship program for our students. So we actually have internships that are available through our IT department in marketing and communications. So again, engaging our students within our in our district to showcase and help us with their skills. It was an excellent program. Family engagement, we really wanted to increase the communication channels and the way in which we're communicating with our families, but also allowing for two-way conversations. We have school newsletters that go out bi-monthly, a superintendent's newsletter that goes out bi-monthly. Many of our families said, "You send me a lot of stuff to read. I'd really like to hear the news of the day." We have a weekly news podcast every Monday, highlights all the news of the district, and then more in-depth podcasts on Friday. We also enhanced our app and also enhanced our tech messaging program. Really, again, looking for ways. We have easy user emails for families to connect with, and many ways on our website to just click and send a message. We had a year-long workshop for staff, again, for family engagement. Every family, for all of our families, but all staff participated in a workshop called by Stephen Constantino. He wrote a book on family engagement and really talked to us about leaning in, other than expecting our families to reach out to us. I have to thank Melissa Beaver's department and Eric for really helping to get that message out and learning process for all of us. Staff, we this past year did a special education new teacher academy, and it was created to support new special education teachers. It's been very successful, and it's to help in our retention of our special education staff and to help our new teachers have the tools they need to support our students with disability. This priority and objective also intersects with our whole child priority. We tried to really make a good effort to recognize and honor our staff through a lot of different mechanisms within our district. And last, community. Every month we celebrate our community partners. They're recommended by staff, and we bring them in for a reception. We take their photo. We let them have an opportunity to talk about with their relationship. We then publicize it with media, social media, and our website. And one of the really most successful things we've done this year is Teaching, Learning, and Equity hosts walks through our buildings. Community partners spend a morning or an afternoon in our buildings. They visit classrooms, they meet with staff, they learn about our students, our curriculum, and a day in the life of a principal, teacher, and student. So those are just some ways this past year we've really helped to engage staff, students, families, and community.
Within our finance priority, we've got 3 objectives or goals, and we'll discuss those beginning with the stabilized budget. First and foremost, probably the bottom bullet's most important, that we delivered a balanced budget here for the school board's approval on October 30th this year. Going up the page, prior to my arrival, Mr. Duff, the interim business official, adopted a budget calendar striving to seek earlier involvement of the building and department leaders, along with getting updates to the school board in a more timely fashion. I've been able to help contribute a bit to that. And then finally, at the very top, adopted and utilize a Baird budget model to strategize longer-range budgetary projections. I know that the district had adopted that prior to my arrival, and we've updated that and continue to utilize that with doing various budgetary scenarios in preparation for April referendum considerations. If you can advance to the next slide. A couple of the comments there speak to equitable resourcing. This is a little easier said than done, but we're beginning to research budgetary frameworks to more strategically align our district resources to student achievement. Many educators in the room tonight, we know that the costs to educate a student aren't all the same. Some students cost more, some students need less support, so to speak, in the associated costs. We need to do a better job of directing our resources to the students that need it so that we can push that needle on student achievement. Finally, under transparency and communication, I think good gains have been made. There's probably more to be had here. Again, Mr. Duff was invited and participated in the Know Your Local Government series on your property taxes, hosted at the Beloit Public Library, also done in concert with the State Line Community Foundation. We've got that on our calendar. I know it's futuristic, but mark your calendars, February 21st. You can come out and hear me do the same. We also provide regular updates to the school board with regards to our monthly budgetary activity. In fact, earlier this evening during our Business, Finance, and Operations Committee meeting, we both spoke to the past practices of the district and what I think is a better practice for the district moving forward. And then also, I know that myself and Mr. Duff have done some budgetary 101 type presentations to the school board members to just educate them on various aspects. And we identified yet another opportunity today that we'll probably bring back in January. The next slide speaks a little bit about some of the strong points or the bullet points with regards to our balanced budget here in 23-24. Enrollment, minimal decline, quite honestly, is kind of stabilizing out. That was not what was anticipated based upon the changes that were occurring and what we were hearing. Important to note that $11.96 million of ESSER funding is subsidizing the 23-24 budget. Those funds will expire at the end of September of 2024 if they make it that far. We really don't anticipate them to make it beyond June of 2024, to be honest with you. So that will create about a $12 million hole in the 24-25 budget to start with. And I'll invite Dee Dee Almendaris, my coworker, Executive Director of HR, to come forward and speak to some of the comments here from an HR perspective.
Thank you. So as always, finance and HR, we always work hand in hand. And one of the things that we looked into coming into this new school year was where we can find some cost savings when it came to our insurance, our benefits, being self-funded, it is important that we keep, our pulse reading constantly. And so we looked at different plan designs and tried to work what we felt would be the most advantageous to our staff, as well as promote a lower cost all the way around. We're also collaborating with our vendors for different options for our staff to get some of their medication at a much lower cost. So that is an ongoing project that we plan to continue working on and try to get all of our staff members the lowest cost prescriptions that we possibly can align with. On top of that, we're still looking at the school reconfiguration and the savings that would have brought to us, as well as continuing to right size as we adjust to the enrollment numbers.
So this next section, like I mentioned earlier, will capture our enrollment, attendance, and behavioral data. Mrs. Beavers, of course, our Executive Director of People Services, will kind of give us a high-level overview. This does not capture everything. Again, it is not our goal to try to give a full enrollment conversation, a full attendance conversation, or a full behavioral data conversation. But it is our goal to capture some of that information in our year-end review.
I'll go really high level because there's not a lot of reading to do, but rather just digesting the slides that are in front of you. So the first slide is enrollment history as it relates to the third Friday enrollment. And third Friday's enrollment is literally just a head count. The number of students enrolled in the school district of Beloit on the third Friday. It's pulled on the third Friday, regardless of their district of residence. So you'll see the 3-year trend over there on the slide, and between 21-22 and 22-23, you'll see there's a difference of 388 students, and then between 22-23 and 23-24, a difference of 102. So we're starting to see that decline level off a little bit, like Dr. Garrison had mentioned earlier. But as of yesterday, our current enrollment in the school district of Beloit was 5214, like he had shared. That's a difference of 80 students at last year at this time. So 2022, we had 5294, so it's about a difference of 80 students. The next slide is looking at attendance rates. You're looking, and the first column is 22-23, and then the column to the right is 23-24. The first slide is going to show the elementary buildings attendance rates. 22-23, I just want to clarify, that's a full year attendance rate for those buildings. 23-24 is where we are to date. So we're seeing an upward trend in the attendance rates for all of our elementary buildings. And the next slide just shows the secondary schools, same information. And again, you're seeing an upward trend in every single one of the secondary buildings as well. These numbers are displayed in percentages. I just wanted to clarify that. The next slide is behavioral data district-wide. This is not a year in review. This is literally just the month pulled. And these are the leveled offenses by number. And you're looking at a comparison of September 2022 to September 2023. I'll let you take a look at that data, but also point out that our OSS, our out-of-school suspension numbers, as a result of our discipline data decreasing in numbers, our OSS data is decreasing as well, going from 198 out-of-school suspensions in September of 2022 to 146 in September of 2023. And I know Teresa's going to speak about continuous improvement later, but these are data points that we are looking at in regards to continuous improvement. Ooh, I think you're up.
And so as we prepare to have a conversation around our district report card, naturally, whenever you see attendance go up and, of course, you see behavior go down, our goal is for naturally our achievement to also go up as well. To me, those things kind of run together. When kids are in school and behavior is changed, naturally, we get the best out of everyone. Teachers are able to teach, students are able to learn, and then again, that's our goal to service all of our students at the highest level. And so our district report card, I want to bring note to, our report card is not new. It's not a new conversation in the school district of Beloit. We've had a lot of conversations about it. There's been a lot of other conversations outside of our district as well about it. But it's not a new conversation for us. First of all, I want to note that this is a snapshot of a day that happens during the school year. It's a number. That number does not always reflect who we are as people or who we are as teachers or what we believe we are should bring into the table. But it is a number that is given to us based off of an assessment that's given to all of our students. And so since we know it's not a new conversation, but not just a number, there's a lot of other great things that happens in the school district of Beloit. We also know that whatever number that we have, naturally we want that to become better. In the continuous improvement conversation, you can't leave that off the table. So no matter what our scores are, we want those scores to be better. And that goes for everyone that's under the sound of my voice that has heard this conversation from me as a district administrator. And it doesn't exclude our students as well. We want all of our students to be achieving at the highest level, and we want all of our parents and community members to know that it is our goal to service our students at the highest level in everything that we do. And so whether it's not a new conversation, we're not a number, of course, whatever our number is, we want it to become better. We also know this is over time. Okay, this is an over time conversation. And what you're gonna see here, I'm gonna turn it over to Ms. Mortek, is kind of what's happened over time.
Great, thank you. Just a couple other points. The report cards are very nuanced. And so one thing to understand about the report cards is it's 3 years of assessment data, the most current year with the most heavy weight. So it's not just the 1 year, it's 3 years over time. The other thing to understand is that the report cards look at overall academic achievement, growth, career and college readiness, and some other measurements. But basically, for us as a district, we look at the weights of achievement and growth. Growth is really essential for our district. Specifically when we're looking at individual student groups and the growth that's happening in those groups. And growth can also be the word value added. So how much our students are growing while they're with us in the duration of the year. So back when the board adopted the strategic plan, if you go to academic achievement and you look there in that section under whole child, there was some verbiage about what our goal is. And our goal is in the reporting year of 25 that we will be meeting or exceeding expectations on the report card. So that's important to understand. Because when you do the work of school improvement or school reform or district improvement and reform, it takes time, right? And we have to have incremental celebrations along the way. And sometimes we have short-lived memories. And so when we think about pre-COVID, this district had declining report card scores for several years. Then when we had COVID, and then we are in recovery because of unfinished teaching and learning that happened across this country, and all of the other challenges that come with high poverty districts. We were in 2020 coming out of that where we had our fails to meet, okay? We have had 2 consecutive years of improvement on our school report card. So we are no longer fails to meet, we are meeting few expectations. So those first 3 bands that are not grayed out, they're white, is our actual report card scores. Now, in the numbers game of report cards, a 58 is a minimal for meeting expectations. So for us, that's not right. That's not our ceiling. It would be great if we went well and beyond that and we were exceeding expectations. But in that mindset of setting goals, we are aiming to meet or exceed expectations in our reporting year of 2025. So it's possible to think about next year's goal in thinking about maybe we're at a 55, and then at that following year that we're hitting the 58. Would it be really great if we're meeting expectations next school year? Absolutely, and everyone in this room and this district is doing the best that they can to meet those expectations. And we know that we have work to do. I have not met a person in this district that has not acknowledged that we have work to do, and in a very humble way. But I wanted to point that out because I think sometimes narratives are told about school districts and where they are in report cards and truly understanding the report card because there is more to the story in the magic algorithm of the report card. And I am open to questions and conversations if anyone would like to reach out to me, and that includes staff, just to have a better understanding of it. So some highlights that we can celebrate is, again, overall, the report card score has increased for 2 consecutive years. Last year, 5 out of 6 of our elementary schools increased their ELE achievement. 3 out of 4 intermediate schools increased their ELA achievement. And really, if we include the high schools, it's 10 out of 12, 83% of our schools had increased ELA achievement across their report cards. Work-based learning, that's another measure. We have outpaced the state 3 times. We have 24% versus the state 8.5. Theater, art, and design opportunities were either at or outpaced the state for our students. BLA was meeting expectations based on those high value added and growth scores. BMHS increased their overall report card score to 55.2, which is just 3 points shy of meeting expectations. And we have increased at BMHS, the high school graduation rate is 90.4%, the state stands as 91.7. So those are some highlights that you don't always see at first glance of a state report card, but that information is in there when you look across all of the school report cards and the district one.
Also like to add, Mrs. Mortek, just real briefly, share
Yes.
with the public, naturally we have 3 years of reporting, and we know that the 2020, 2021 was our lowest year, the opportunity that's there going into this year.
Sure. So as some of those, we may, fall into some places where the 21, 22 is a lower score, but as those lower scores fall off the report card, then the higher scores come in, and then that affects the overall average. The other thing to understand is, unfortunately, with our K-3 configuration, none of our elementary schools have been able to really represent the growth score, which can be up to 45% of your overall report card score, because they have nothing to compare it to. They only end at 3rd grade, which is when you take the state test. So actually, I can give you an example of a couple of our elementary schools that have academic achievement that is the same at schools throughout the state that are meeting or exceeding expectations. And that's because of those schools might be K-5 or K-8. So that's really important in understanding our report card scores as well. When you look at our overall report card, do we need to improve in ELA? Yes. Do we need to improve our overall math score? Yes, right? Again, there's not a person in this room that doesn't believe that in their heart and soul. But it is important to understand that they are nuanced. So I hope I got to what you wanted me to get at, Dr. Garrison.
Thank you. And so again, when we're thinking about our growth opportunities in our district, we, of course, one of the things that I want to just kind of touch base on is we do want to decrease our rates of absenteeism. Our goal is 95%. High achievement school districts, is 95% or greater. We're floating around 90% for the majority of our schools. And again, I've came in making the statement that 95% is where we want to be. And I believe over the course of these next year and of course in time, we will be, floating at that 95 percentile. We want to increase our ACT scores. Naturally, our ACT scores at our high school level is one number. It's just a number. It's a snapshot. But over time, I believe we want to see those increased ACT averages because that will allow us to, again, capture a greater score on our report card. Again, we're not a report card number. There's a lot of other great things that are happening in our school district. But there is a report card nuances and games that I shouldn't say games, but there are a lot of things that come into how a report card is given, and we have to make sure that we're hitting those specific measures so that we can get the maximum growth in your report card score. We want to continue to focus on increasing overall graduation rates. Again, naturally, 91% is the state's average. We're at 90%. We want to be over that. Okay. Another opportunity I think we have for growth is again, as we kind of work through our K-5 reconfiguration, we know that this is still new. It's not new to the school district of Beloit. It's been a part of the school district of Beloit before, but it's still new this year. We are coming out of a K-3 system that was in place for a little over 9 or so years. And so when you think about that alone, we're shifting our conversations back to K-5, 6, 8, and of course our 9-12 conversation remained the same. That is a big shift in our school district. And so the teaching things that we've done, some of the curriculum things that we've done, some of the opportunities that we have in the classroom from engagement, we still want to increase those opportunities so that all of our students are able to see the maximum opportunities for learning. Of course, we want to continue our AP and dual credit growth. When I came here last year, I took a look at our numbers and there's room for improvement. I'm not saying that we are missing it by a whole lot, but again, I do want to say that we can have some room for growth in this area. And then I'll move on to communications and messaging. And Mrs. Christopher has pretty much covered a majority of this information. And she'll share this piece, and then we'll be done for tonight's presentation.
Great, thank you. Dr. Garrison, yes, I did a full board presentation on communications and marketing, but I just want to highlight two things. One, specifically our community engagement. We have close to 35 business and community partners who help us share all the great things that are going on in our district. They do it through their social media channels, through their membership, through their board meetings, and perhaps this past year we saw it more than ever, so that's a highlight. With respect to marketing and advertising, for the first time, the School District of Beloit worked on a radio advertising campaign. We had two campaigns we've been running. The Did You Know campaign introduced people to 30-second commercials and sharing information that they might not know about our district. And currently, we are running one, the School District of Beloit is the right choice for your family. Great feedback, close to 250,000 listeners are hearing our messaging and again, getting feedback. Our social media page, Facebook continues to be our strongest social media channel with close to 9,000 followers.
And for that, I would like to say thank you for, of course, allowing us to share this tonight. We wanted to make sure that we were able to capture not only our strategic plan conversation, but also a year in review. In the future, we will probably have this conversation again about twice a year, once in the mid-year, kind of right now, and of course, again, our overall snapshot at the end of the year. And so just to make sure that we're making progress on our strategic plan, that's part of our goals. And now I'll turn it over for questions from the board.
Board members, open for questions or comments.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Garrison and your team for putting together the presentation. I just want to comment, I think I'm the person who's been here the longest sitting up here, and I just want to I'm going to make a little note, a little comment. When I first started, we didn't have a strategic plan that was updated. We had declining all the things. And my day job is a reading teacher. So I work, with kids 6 through 12 on reading every day. And what struck me when I was preparing for our meeting tonight, looking over all the presentation stuff, that really jumped out to me is just kind of thinking about when you sit with a kid and you're trying to grow a child, what Ms. Moratek pointed out about incremental celebrations is just so powerful, because not only, all of us who are teachers in this room, and I'm sure students who appreciate this too, you have to take that assets-based approach. And the way that human beings grow, we don't plug information into kids' heads every day, right? We're not open up your download spot. Kids bring us their vulnerabilities, they bring us their pain, they bring us all of their distractions. And I just, I was very moved, in my kind of mundane, normal, kind of meeting preparation stuff, just by how powerful what this information is telling us. So, in the couple of years I've been up here, this is my 5th year, kind of the driving mantra that I have in my own career is just being intentional. I'm sure all of you in here can resonate with that. You have to be intentional in your classroom, right? Intentional with your kids and the choices that you make. And I'm just really proud of the work that this team and our teachers and of course our students have done to be intentional about this growth. Because if you don't set that goal, you don't get there. And I just really appreciated the opportunity to see this all laid out and put together. So thank you.
Anybody else? All right, well, I'll add. One of the first things you do as a board president, you have to prepare the agendas. And so tonight is the night that we had planned to talk about academic achievement. So that presentation did go a little bit longer, but in the school district, when will you talk about academic achievement at the board level? So I do want to thank Dr. Garrison and his team. The administrators want to thank the teachers and all in the district that contribute to the academic achievement of our students. The plan, like I said, it's, it would have been great to reach 3 stars this year. But in reality, those of us that are from Beloit and have lived in this community, worked in this district, served the people in the district in various ways through Cub Scouting or YMCA work, wherever you go to church or you have your faith institutions of faith, whether you practice or don't practice, just when you see people at Walmart. You know, these are our nephews and our nieces, our cousins, our friends. And so to tell the story repeatedly that our community is failing is not a help to anyone. Because on this test or that test, when you put all of our numbers together, yes, some students are not achieving, but we know countless people that are achieving in Beloit. And that's why many of us are still here, because we have had opportunities and we have taken those opportunities to leave Beloit, and we have come back home and we are serving our community. So when we look at the districts around us that have achieved 4 stars with our students, we know that kids in Beloit can learn. And we know that the people that are serving in the district are working hard. We have presented over this year a picture of increasing academic achievement. Like I said, it's fashionable to say we're losing all the time. But we have presented increasing academic achievement, not just 1 year, but 2 years. We had presented years of decreasing academic achievement, but today is December 5th, 2023, and we have 2 years of increased academic achievement. We're presenting and having issues with that, stabilized finances. We had 2 years of deficit budgets. You can always make changes. But this year we're presenting stabilized finances. As a school board member, and I understand school finance, I have a superintendent license. I took the class. The money in education, I'm an educator also, the money in education comes from the property tax of people's homes. There's a formula in place by our state. There's politics involved in that. There's decisions that are made. And when you come to the seat level of a local school board, no matter what you do in your day job, you're not the person micromanaging and touching the funds on the other side. It's left to the professionals to do that. In our community, in our organization, we have been left without leadership because we did not have people serving in certain roles. Part of our strategic plan addressed that. So we were able to hire leadership, even when people said do not hire leadership. But one of our goals then was we've got to start moving forward so our story is not a story of decline. So when hiring a superintendent, because a lot of business professionals were not coming when they know we're a district without a superintendent, we've been able to gain administrators in the finance area to fill where we're at. Being an organization that serves about 850 people, serving 7,500 students, and we know that people have made choices, and these people are still our relatives, our neighbors. We cheer their success and what they're doing with our students at Beloit Turner, Rock County Christian, the Lincoln Academy, because there's still going to be people from Beloit. But if we're only serving 5,200, what are we going to do? Those adjustments in our organization had not been made. What we did last year in trying to put the referendum in front of our community is to say these are our finances. Even with ESSER funds, even with our fund balance being what it was and the decisions that we made, with the leadership that we had, we were not given different alternatives you can always say, a board can say, don't give me that negative budget. Find me $10 million worth of cuts. And you have drastic changes to your organization that might threaten the 2 years of increased academic achievement that we've had. So as we've tried to make these changes, we've tried to increase stability. And I'll also note that that has been stability on the Board of Education. To be disciplined in how we manage our relationships with each other and how we manage our relationships with the employee groups in the district and the community, because the 7 of us do not want to be the reason that the district is failing, because we can't work together. You notice in cycles of people getting elected, people serving their terms, and even when people leave, leaving without a lot of disharmony. You notice in a lot of our votes, they're like 7-0, 6-1, 5-2. My favorite analogy is the votes are that close because we realize in our community there's some things that have been going wrong, and it just takes a simple decision to let's start doing the right thing, and we're all in agreement with that for the most part about the direction we want to move, and we're like 8 steps away before we decide that Sean Levy wants to go left and Megan Miller thinks we ought to go right, and we got a 4-3 contentious vote because the things that are in front of us are glaring, and we've been working to change those things. As we put that information in front of our community in the fall of 2022, it's to say this is where your finances are and this is what we need. We've had vendors and people that we work with that have let us down, didn't get us the things that we needed, so we couldn't be as precise when it came to like our financing needs for our referendum for the capital projects. We worked with Baird to come up with what our needs are for the operational needs and to put those finances out there and ask our public. And it's simply like, we needed the money then. If you say no now, we're going to have to ask again later, which we started this school year before we started any compensation conversations with the fact that community, this is going to be our need, and we still have not addressed how we're going to pay the people that are serving our children, the people that have helped us to earn these 2 years of increasing academic achievement. So now we've put already out there that we're going to have to ask a question in April 2024. And for various reasons, people will say support it or don't support it. Those are choices that our community members have to make. Our job is to put the information out there. Had we not done what we did a year ago to put the information out there, we feel that that would have been the mistake that we'd have made. So we put the information there. You'll continue to have community conversations, and people will see where we're at. What's at stake in April is voting for this increasing academic achievement and the stability that we have going forward. And it's going to come with some spaces, which we'll get to on our agenda tonight. Because in the balance of what we're doing, because this is when the strategic plan goes, is presenting stabilized finances and a balanced budget. We understand what CPI is, and the asks are different. What we presented is less. But we've got all the different employee groups. And even through our strategic plan, we address issues of compensation. Many of us have worked in the district in the past, and many of you have been here continuously. And you know that under different administrations, no rhyme or reason to some of the compensation things. The board last year adopted the compensation structure. We had a study of the positions and the payments. Everyone was placed at a level. We had the additional COVID days for pay that were added. So there are things that the board has done to address that issue along the way. So as we come to tonight to talk about this achievement that we're celebrating and all the work that's been done in a year, there's other points that are out there. We're just saying thank you to all that are involved in that work and pausing to say that we're trending up. So until we get to next November and we got results that tell us something different, and we all feel it as we're going, though, but we're trending up. And I think that's something for us to celebrate. So to Dr. Garrison, the team, the district, all those that are involved, and to our students also. I believe in Beloit kids because I'm a Beloit kid. I believe in the adults that stand in front of Beloit kids. We're trending up. So I'm thankful. Anybody else before we move on to the next issue? All right. Seven, compensation for Professional Educators Association. Dr. Garrison?
So, of course, naturally, we've heard from the BEA as it pertains to where we are from a non-ratification conversation. I would just like to say, from an administration perspective, there were a lot of things that we discussed in open session, that we discussed in closed session naturally, and that we also discussed with the BEA as well. We of course went to mediation as an opportunity to better understand where each other are landing in this conversation. It's not an easy conversation for me because I want people to understand that, and I'm gonna just be open in this conversation. I think it's never we don't believe in you as teachers. I want to say that from a district administrator perspective. I just want to let you all know that, and it may not hit well. You may not even believe it, but I want you to know that it's never we don't believe in you. Therefore, you don't get the compensation. That's never the space in which I operate, and whether it means something to you or whether the statement is well received, I just want to make sure I put that in the atmosphere. One of the things that we also have to recognize is that in this conversation, the board had information as pertains to our Evergreen study. Evergreen study did increase the salaries for our teachers. This was just last year. Additionally to that, we did the longevity pay. This was also just last year as well. Additional to that, of course, there was the COVID conversation for the week's pay. That was just last year as well. And so there was things that did happen from a compensation perspective that was just last year. Of course, we had a budget that we would have to work through, and naturally we worked through that budget, and we were able to balance the budget and get us to where we are today. The board did decide to do a compensation model that will look at a lot of different opportunities that we discussed, that Mr. Vedra has already mentioned, and that some of the members in the audience also mentioned. But again, the base wage conversation is where most of the conversations, where the negotiations are. We did, in the conversations, extend outside of the base wage conversation because we did want to be as honest and fair as we possibly could in the thought. And so I can't speak for the board. I can speak for, again, the process. And again, I thank the BEA for allowing me to be in my first negotiation conversation with you. I appreciate the conversation that we did have, the open conversation that we did have. Naturally, Mr. Vedra and the team knows that when I got the information, I did reach out. I shared that we wish we could be in a different space, naturally, from a ratification perspective. Instead of under the table, on top of the table, again, those are some of the things that we had to discuss throughout this process. And the only reason why it took us from May until now is because there was new money that was given, and I shouldn't say new money that we was able to to receive from the state, and we wanted to make sure that we were able to do the best, that the board wanted to make sure that, I'm not going to speak for the board, but the board wanted to make sure that we had all the finances in order to make the best decision from a compensation perspective. And that's the only reason why we waited from May until now, because we were getting that money. That money didn't get released to us until late October. And so that's the only reason why it took us into the conversation. Typically, like I've already shared with the board, it is my goal to have these conversations early so that we know where we are and so that we won't have to wait till November to have the conversation. And so that's my general statement, and then naturally I'll turn it back over to Board President for next steps.
Well, it's a little bit more context for the issue, speaking for the board. When we began our conversation in May, that is right after April, when we have a failed operational referendum to understand what our finances will look like in the future. In April, you're still waiting to figure out what the biannual budget will be. And so procedurally, there's a lot of things that happen that it just takes dates on the calendar to get to. As we waited, because we were told that we would not be able to access money because we had a failed referendum, as we continue to move through the months and the advocacy that took place, things that were beneficial to our budgeting position happened. Our discussion at the board level was, we don't have anything, what can we give? Because our people do deserve something. And so as we went week by week in the conversations that we had, and you can look at the posted agendas, conditions changed that allowed our offer to change. So we made the best offer that we could make at the time. So as we had come to the place of the reality is, like, in our work together, a lot of conversation, a lot of activity in the board to be at this space to figure out what can we do, and to be concise, to work with numbers, real numbers that were present and delivered to us by our business team that were impacted by what was actually happening live. In some ways, we were very definitive in what we did, and I think one of the biggest things for people to understand is reaching the will of the board. There's 7 people here, ranges of opinions on what to do, but as we chewed on it, we have chewed on it for a while. Once we had the new opportunity to increase compensation, but also the next choice was, are we going to present a negative budget 3 years in a row, or are we going to balance a budget and give what can be given afterwards? And our determination, and that's the offer that we have, is that we were going to present balanced budget with the most increase that we can have. So that is what led to the offer that we had. We agreed to the step of mediation, which is to continue the conversation and respectfully, knowing what we could do or could not do, because the numbers didn't change at that point. The conversation was there so that we can continue to grow, and there were changes that we made after that conversation on things that are outside the scope of bargaining, but that we felt that we could give. So at this point in the conversation, I think that the board and the BEA are at an impasse in negotiations. I do understand with respect to the history that that's not a place that we want to be, but with respect to our budget, this is a place where we're at. And we have to respond to all those things. So I would ask or entertain, is there a motion? Okay. Before I do that, I'll take board member questions in there. Tia?
It's a comment. I don't know if you saw last week, the Wisconsin Policy Forum published a report stating Wisconsin teachers' median pay, when adjusted for inflation, has fallen by more than 12% over the last decade. The following day, I happened to be chatting with a district educator who had shared with me they were struggling to pay rent. They were not alone in looking for a second job to make ends meet, they shared. This led me to research where Beloit was in terms of rent and inflation. According to the city of Beloit, in 2013, the average rent was $700 a month. According to rent.com, because City of Beloit doesn't have this information readily available, today the average rent in Beloit is $1,260 a month. That's an increase of 80%. But rent is just one metric and may be an outlier. According to usinflationcalculator.com, in 2013, a dozen eggs cost $1.91. About 10 years later, $2.86. That's an increase of 48%. During that same time period, milk increased 18%. You may recall last January there was a national egg shortage. Prices spiked to an average of $4.82. At that same time, milk was $4.20 a gallon. Because my family consumes eggs, I paid the higher price for the eggs we needed. But I did not offer the grocer an extra 62 cents for the milk just because it was also in the dairy aisle. A necessary part of my family's diet, I had to pay the higher price for the eggs because there was a shortage of eggs. The Evergreen study of salary adjustments informs the district to give everyone the same percentage salary increase. This is not something I believe is in the best interest of our students, teachers, or constituents. Currently, we have building subs who are filling permanent classroom teaching positions who are responsible for all of those teaching duties. These subs make $175 a day. They don't get paid vacation, they don't get holiday pay. This comes out to less than $30,000 a year before taxes. This makes them not even eligible to pay for the average rent here in Beloit. Most landlords would not take that person. This is concerning, and I want every administrator out there to know how much I appreciate everything you have done. But if you are a good administrator, I know you understand we need teachers. Our students deserve teachers. Our community deserves to have teachers. Last year, the average salary for all the district administrators here in the school district of Beloit was just over $105,000. Beloit has a poverty of 17.7%. That's more than 10% of the state average. We need teachers. The surest way out of poverty is through quality education. We need teachers. I move the board approve the BEA counterproposal of November 27th, 2023, applying only to BEA members and classroom educators. Thank you.
Board Member Johnson's made a motion. Is there a second?
May I ask a clarifying question before there's a second, or do we need a second to discuss it?
Okay, ask a clarifying question.
So Board Member Johnson, I appreciate all of your comments. My only concern with your motion is that it excludes paraeducators. So I was just kind of curious if you could share your thoughts.
I said, and classroom educators.
Oh, okay. I was thinking in terms of like certified. Thanks for helping my vernacular there. I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. Board Member Johnson made the motion. Board Member Miller made the second. Is there any discussion? All right. So, Board Member Miller, will you read that out loud?
Yeah, I just was, Dr. Garrison and I were just calibrating to make sure we were looking at the correct and the same numbers with the same understanding. So are we all?
No, I'm saying read the memo.
Yeah, no, I want to make sure I'm reading the correct memo. This is the memo dated November 27th. Is that correct? Okay, just making sure. So I've got it that The Beloit Education Association is proposing the following counter proposal to the Board of Education's 1123 proposal. Bullet point 1, the BEA is in agreement that returning BEA members, those employed during the 2022-2023 school year, would advance one lane/row down on the certified educator's compensation plan, which equates to an approximately 2.1% increase in salary. Bullet point 2, the BEA is in agreement with the 1.9% increase across the certified educator's compensation plan for the 2023-2024 school year. Each individual cell will receive, this is in parentheses, 1.9% increase if the Board of Education agrees to the following counter proposals. The BEA's counter proposals are as follows. Bullet point 1, the Board of Education proposed reopening 23-24 negotiations if the anticipated April 2nd, 2024 operational referendum question is approved. There is no guarantee of an increase in compensation. In response, the BEA proposes reopening the 2023-2024 negotiations if the anticipated April 2nd, 2024 operational referendum question is approved with a guarantee of a 2% increase across the certified educator's compensation plan. In parentheses, each individual cell will receive 2% increase with back pay starting January 1st, 2024. Bullet point 2 under the counter proposals. The Board of Education proposed using Monday, June 10th as a contracted day as a paid day off / mental health day, allowing our students and staff last day to be June 7th, 2024, with teachers being able to access the building on Saturday, June 8th, 2024. The BEA understands that the district has previous plans and vendor commitments. Utilizing June 10th as a paid day off / mental health day requires teachers to come in on a Saturday or work outside of contracted time to complete report cards and end of the year expectations. The BEA counterproposes to keep June 10th as a workday, and starting 2024-2025, staff will have 190 contracted days with no decrease in pay. Staff will continue to have, this is in parentheses, it's a little numbery here, 3 days minus the 2-hour beginning of the year building staff meeting at the beginning of the year for classroom prep, 3 report card prep half days, so it's like 3 separate half days, and at least 1 day at the end of the year to close out classrooms. The BEA would also, bullet point 3, the BEA would also propose adding 2 more personal days, making the total 4 personal days and 8 general leave days. So that was the totality of the memo.
All right, so in the discussion part,
May I ask a clarifying question? Board Member Johnson, if I understood your motion correctly, you wanted for us to approve the BEA's last counteroffer, which Board Member Miller just read, but it didn't sound like paraeducators were included in that counteroffer. So what specifically are you asking for paraeducators?
The same that we would give the BEA. I want the BEA members and all classroom educators, the teachers and the paraeducators. There are teachers that may not be BEA members, so I would like them to receive that. Does that answer your question?
Perfect. Just for clarification. So everything that Board Member Miller just listed, you want for everyone who serves in a classroom?
Correct.
Thank you so much.
so in the discussion part where we're at now, so we have the full board and we have the board's representatives, which we're into discussion phase, which was Board Member Miller and myself. In many of our negotiations, we did have a full representation, or about 6 board members at the time. And again, that's the reason as you have to do this group decision-making where we're confident in our offer because we have chewed it over time and continue to work out. And when you're doing, at that part of the committee phase, we're consistent in how we keep coming up as what we've agreed to. The phase where we're at now, individual board members can vote how they want, and there you'll see different movements. But the actions that we agreed to is where we're at. To open up the conversation a little bit larger, which goes to the discussion of this issue, we are an organization of 850 employees. When we sit down to negotiate with the BEA, we're sitting to talk about teacher compensation. We're not talking about paras, we're not talking about administrators, we're not talking about any other employee groups when we sit down to negotiate with the BEA and their membership. They represent their interests, and as the 7 people in the district who create the compensation for all employee groups. Even as we determine what we're going to give to the BEA, we do have to consider what are we giving to other groups. What we had worked through in our proposal, as you see the next item on the agenda, you got to understand the scarcity of the funds that we're working with, is that this is our offer to the BEA, and this will be our offer for that next group, because that's the next agenda item. Our proposal and the way that we were working is that whatever we gave to the teachers is what we're going to give to all the other employee groups, and it still has to come out to this level to get voted on. It might go, it might not. But to address the cultural, organizational issues that have existed with compensation in our district a year ago, following a plan, that's why we adopted the compensation model, because those are things that we're trying to correct. You know, we're talking about 6%. We could give the whole 8% to the BEA. Now, on the other end, when we get to the next conversation, how much are we going to give the other employee groups? How much of a negative deficit budget do we want to present to our community? Do we want to be $268,000 in the hole, $550,000 in the hole, $1 million in the hole, based on the actions that we've taken, and still move forward to referendum? When we've taken actions in our management of the district and how money is spent, and been fortuitous in what has happened at the state level, that money that was available to all districts also became available to us. So those are the things that we're considering. Because as we go through the compensation plan, there's still a process of, we serve about 2,000 kids less, and that adjustment will go. So there'll be increased compensation, like I said, with the salary schedule and the longevity pay, that move, but we're still gonna end up in a situation where we still have less employees. And so our balance, and you think about the fund balance, our concern too, the existential concern for board members is, after these compensation moves are made, where does that leave the fund balance, and where are you at in the next year if you have another failed operational referendum? So those are things that are balanced, and like I said, the tension is there, but in the end, whether it's this 4% that has already been agreed to, the days that are mentioned in the proposal come out to be about 0.5%, a little bit more. So there are a number of days that were requested. It started out with professional development days. Those are days that the district has already spent money on with presentations and presenters and other contracts. So we couldn't just scrap. We did ask Dr. Garrison to examine those days, determine that that was not available, looked at the calendar that was there, and found a day that was already at the end of the year that could be given for employees to take mental health, which is be paid but not have to do any work. It wasn't a document this, do that. And I just want to explain that what that means is, if you're contracted for 192 days of work, and you actually don't have to show up for one of those days, but you'll still be compensated. And like I said, you know, I understand the size of the BEA group, and then the 7 of us and what we have to do. So those are the considerations that are there. We have Board Member Johnson's proposal before us, and we'll be ready to take action on it if people are ready to vote.
I just have one other item to add to the discussion, and I want to be very clear. I'm just going to represent my personal opinion because I don't want to overstep and speak for other board members.
Pull it down.
I would love to give the BEA the 8% CPI and even the 2% row movement. But for myself, I need to balance that against what do we have to give. I reached out to Dr. Garrison today just to give some current data for what our projected deficit for the next school year is and what our fund balance is. And Dr. Garrison, thank you for the quick response. I'm going to paraphrase, so if I get anything too far off, please jump in. Currently, our projected deficit for next school year is $11 million. As Mr. Shady already informed us, ESSER funds will not be available for next year. Fund balance fluctuates because, as you know, it's used to pay operational costs throughout the school year as we're waiting to get funding in from the state. From the information that Dr. Garrison gave me, again, that projected deficit for next year is $11 million. At the midpoint of the summer, our fund balance was at $11.5 million. Our fund balance is currently at $5 million, and then additional funds will come in at the end of this year and the beginning of next year. That speaks to the fluctuation. So let's just say that fund balance goes back to $12 million. If we have an $11 million deficit for next year, that will leave our fund balance at $1 million. If we go to policy 662.3, where we like for our fund balance to be a financially healthy district, is between 14% and 25%. Our average operational budget is around $100 million. So if we have to dip into fund balance to cover our costs for next school year, we're not talking about 5 years from now, 3 years from now, our next school year, that could leave us with a $1 million fund balance, which is nowhere near the 14 to 25% that by policy we want to have to be a financially healthy district. That puts us at 1%. So while I would love to give our very deserving educators and everyone on our staff exactly what you're asking for, I cannot support a raise at this time. And I think personally it's incongruent to provide a raise and then turn around and ask our community for money to help us finance the basic operations, which we have already instructed our administration to do for the spring of next year for an operational question. The second reason that's new this evening that I can't support a raise is because I respect the BEA's ability to refuse our proposal. And I don't think it's appropriate, just speaking for myself, to force something on someone that you have declined. So those are the two reasons why I won't be able to support any motion for a raise this evening.
Is there any more discussion? Or are you ready to vote on Board Member Johnson's motion?
I just asked for a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Ms. Shope, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
Nay.
Megan Miller.
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Nay.
Greg Schneider.
Nay.
Sean Levy.
Nay.
Motion failed 2-4.
All right. So, this will be interesting. So as we've just taken that vote and our conversation and discussion has led us to this place, I think that the board the Board of Education and the BEA are at an impasse in negotiations and mediation, which we did participate in. Therefore, the board needs to impose a salary increase for our teaching staff. Is there a motion that we are at impasse?
So moved.
Just point of clarification, do we need to specifically say the language with the percentage, et cetera, for the record?
That is the second part. The
Okay,
first
thank you
part-
so much.
The first part is voting that we are at impasse.
I'm so sorry. Voting that we are at impasse and that we are going to impose something that has been declined. Is that accurate?
The first part is, the first part of the motion is that we are at impasse in negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
And then also in that motion is that we're going to impose salary increase. It does not say what the salary increase is. Salary increase could be zero, salary increase could, it's.
Got it.
the first
Thank
part
you
of the
so much.
motion.
So just so we're all on the same page, this motion that's on the floor now is that we are acknowledging that we are at an impasse and that we are making the decision to impose something that has been declined. Is that accurate?
Well, no, because the second motion that'll come after this is what will be imposed. So technically, it could be more or less than what was offered. So again, with the work that Attorney Buckham has provided us, the first motion which needs to be taken is to recognize that we're at impasse and that we are going to take the action to impose.
So,
The
so it's
second-
both of those things. It's not saying what we're imposing,
Right, the
but it's
sec-
one, acknowledging we're at an impasse, and two, saying that we're going to force you to accept something. I just want to be clear on what we're voting on.
Well, here's okay. As we've talked about this and you have expressed your vote, we're going to move, well, what's offered is going to be the language that the attorney provided us. The second part does deal with the percentage that will be imposed, but
Right, but the first part is the acknowledgement of impasse, and we're going to impose something. That's captured in the first motion, correct?
so as a further explanation, when you participate in bargaining, and this is something that we didn't do in the last 3 years because the BEA already accepted like $1,250 over the last 3 years. So this is a step as a board that we have not participated in. And that the 7 people that are present, 6 people on this board. So as we go through these steps, this is also, like I said, a learning opportunity. That there's ways to do this, and we're making our way through this process, which again is another process that will start again next year when CPI comes out and that time happens, or maybe something in the law will change as things are happening. So our motion is we're at an impasse in negotiations because once we've kicked it back and forth, unless you want negotiations to remain open, that was one part. The second part of the imposition is if we're going to finalize our teaching salary, we have to vote to impose. If you don't want to finalize the teaching salary, let's say if we just took a vote and that vote failed, if we moved on to the next item, we could address the salary of the other employee groups, just a minute, and we've already budgeted for, because what was presented in the budget was 4%. As a board, the 7 of us know what those numbers are and what that does. We could, as we have taken a vote and that vote failed, we can move on to the next agenda item, but we're in the middle of a motion though.
No. And thank you for indulging me, but I've had enough experiences on the board to know that it is very important for everyone to be very clear on what we're voting for. And so please indulge me for a moment further. It's my understanding that the motion is on the floor, has 2 parts. 1, an acknowledgement of the impasse, and 2, we will be imposing something. And then if I'm understanding you correctly, There's going to be a second motion that's going to clarify what it is we're imposing. Is that accurate?
There are multiple ways to proceed, but that is the way I am choosing to proceed.
Thank you so much.
So I asked for a motion. Board Member Schneider made a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's been a motion by Board Member Schneider, a second by Board Member Anderson, and Ms. Shope, I'll ask for a roll call vote. Is there any discussion?
My only point of discussion is, Ms. Shope, could you read that motion out loud before you ask for the roll call vote, please?
While Ms. Shope is trying to figure that out, or I'll ask you for your question, and then I'll read it again because you probably need me to read it.
Not a question, just a comment, and not giving the, just the teachers the counter proposal the BEA had proposed. That changes my position. I am now in alignment with Board Member Levy. I believe our second priority after having professional teachers in the classrooms teaching our students, which we need to pay our teachers to get them to come here, then our second priority is making sure that we are fiscally responsible. And I agree with Board Member Levy and will be voting as such.
Hey, which one? No, that's a serious
The
question.
smart one.
I actually
I
hate to
love
be
you
in these
guys.
situations where
No,
that becomes
that would
like
that would
publicly
be
spoken.
Board Member
That would be
Mrs.
Amy
Levy.
Levy. Right, that would be Amy Levy, a smarter one. But you have just confused me. So as we add to the discussion before, because I think we're at the vote, we had a motion, and I'll read that language by Board Member Schneider, a second by Board Member Anderson. Just a last point here for, there's only 7 people in the whole district that can determine compensation for our entire staff, and that is the board. But also with the finances that are available to us, as the survey is out there for our community, a 9 million option, 11 million option, a 12 million option, that you can't, it's hard to give money you don't have. And as a priority, just as well as increasing academic achievement is a priority, if teacher compensation is a priority, then that has to be an explicitly stated point. This is something that we've been working with as we've considered in a regular conversation, but not something in a separate and exclusive conversation to make it different. You know, when the United States said we want to go to the moon, it was clear we're trying to go to the moon. If that's what we're trying to do, then to me, it's a more thoughtful conversation. It doesn't just happen in this manner, but actual plan for us to get there. So the motion that was suggested, Ms. Shope, and adopted by Board Member Schneider, and then seconded by Board Member Anderson, was a move to recognize that the Board of Education and the BEA are at an impasse in negotiations and mediation, and therefore the board needs to impose a salary increase for teaching staff.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. If this motion were to fail, can you talk us through what the process is?
Okay. Well, if this motion were to fail, then we would not, the 6 of us tonight will have not agreed that we're at an impasse. And we will have agreed that we're not going to impose anything upon our teachers. So, again, I would think that with 2 motions that both failed, and you got to figure it out between the smarter Levy and the smart Levy, how you're voting here, but there's 6 people here, so it could be 3-3, which is a fail. What would happen is we will have not 7A compensation for professional educators. we will not have addressed that. Now, if we want to continue to offer motions, it could happen, but the next item is 7B, compensation for all non-teaching employee groups. We've already budgeted a number of 4% for that, and then we would be moving to that item.
Thank you for asking that question because it sparked a question in me. And Mr. Chady, I'm going to put you on the spot. Between you and Dr. Garrison, I'm certain that you guys can come up to the answer to this. I have faith in you. Would it make sense to separate out those motions? Because I don't want to overstep, but I think it's clear that we're at impasse. So I think there would be a positive vote for that. However, I don't think it's appropriate to impose something on someone that they have declined. So would it be helpful to the administration to have that motion separated out with respect to next steps?
So we have to follow a specific process during the BEA negotiations process. And that's not just from our own lawyers, it's also from the WSB. And so, Mrs. Levy, to answer your question specifically, we have to follow the process in which we have that was given to us, which is, again, vote on the impasse if that's where the board is. If we're not there, if it's 3-3 and we're not there, then the board, like Mr. Levy has made mention to, can decide when we're going to come back to this conversation again at a different point in time. But then we can move on to the next groups of employee if that's what the board so chooses. And so separating them out, unfortunately, we have to follow what steps are in place right now. So we got to first decide if it's an impasse, if it is an impasse, and then we need to decide whether or not we're going to impose the 4.07 base wage in negotiations. So.
May I ask for clarification? Because in my mind, it sounded like you said we can't separate them, and then you took it step by step to separate them. Did I misunderstand that?
No, you didn't. So the first part of this is we have to vote to decide whether or not we are at an impasse state. That's where Mr. Levy is currently. After that, we have to decide whether or not we want to move forward with the imposed negotiation number, percentage.
But currently they're together.
No, currently they actually are separated, as Mr. Levy has mentioned.
No, they're together in the same motion.
So I think providing more clarification, because as long as we're doing things legally and we're here in the open, that it could happen like this. The first vote is we could vote, well, we already have a motion on the floor, so we got to deal with that part of it. And you're the parliamentarian and the smarter Levy, so I will ask you, to clarify that for me. But first step is the board, the 6 of us tonight, would agree we're at impasse or say we're not at impasse. If we agreed we were at impasse, because we're breaking up a compound with the and, take that out.
May I interject only for the point of understanding, because I don't want the conversation to go too far. That is not the motion that's on the floor, and that's why I spent so much time to clarify it. The motion that was just read on this paper has both of those things. And let me attempt to be more clear. My question was, is there benefit in separating them out? Because if we all agree we are at an impasse, that's step one. And then it's the imposition part. If we don't agree to impose, then there won't be an offer that is imposed.
So here,
that does not mean we have to go back and reopen this process.
yeah, well, okay, so and allow me to completely work through this. First step, does the board think we are at an impasse in negotiations? The BA has asked for something. We have deliberated in closed session, and now we have deliberated in public. We've taken one vote already. And that failed, and now we're in the middle of a motion. So no matter what we do, if we're going to do something different than what Board Member Schneider and Anderson have put before us, because we're at the discussion phase, getting ready for a roll call vote, the parliamentarian is going to walk us out of that. Now, we could take steps to separate things. So first, we could move to recognize that the Board of Education and BA is at an impasse in negotiations and mediation. That was one. The next part, because it's connected by and, is that we could take a vote to impose the salary for the teaching staff. Just a minute. Which you have kind of said that you're not for because you don't want to make people accept something that they have rejected. However, tonight there's 6 people here and that's one vote. If that vote were to pass, then because we had agreed that we're going to impose a salary, then the next vote would be what that specific number will be.
So we need.
Just a minute.
Sorry.
So the place that we could be in taking 3 votes or 2 votes, like you said, it could be easier done to figure where you're at. But if we voted not to impose, then what we're saying is that we're at an impasse and we're not going to impose anything. We're just saying we recognize we're at an impasse because the next vote to impose was not successful, so we didn't address how much to impose.
I'm going to respond, and then Board Member Johnson, I will yield the floor. The way I see it, it makes sense to vote down this motion and to separate them. We're going to address both parts, but I know I feel differently about each one. So forcing me to vote for them together could cause a different outcome. What I mean by that is I believe we're at an impasse. I don't think it's appropriate to impose. So that means nothing will be imposed and we are done. There won't be a raise because there wasn't a raise that was agreed to that the majority of the board supports, and then we can move on to the next item.
Well, by the fact that we are here now and we have language that we've prepared and drafted, and that is what we offered, I understand the position that you're representing, but I think that there's already a majority of the board that says we should give the teaching staff 4%, even though it's not the starting ask that they had or the last offer that they had. So that's a separate vote altogether. Again, you know, it's like 6 I mean, like, it could do it in 3 votes, we could do it in 2 votes. And because there's 6 people here, it could go either way. And the item could still be unresolved for tonight, and we could still end up going to the next group. So it can either be decided or not decided. You all have to make up your mind how you want to vote. Board Member Johnson.
Thank you, President Levy. Board Member Schneider, would you mind reading your motion out for me so that I know what it is? Thank you.
One of our board norms is that everyone understands what they're voting for. We may have adopted a strategy, but I'm not sure, so I don't know how people are voting. But that's what we're going to find out in this roll call.
Awesome. I'm not to cut off if someone has something new to say, but I'm ready to call the question.
Mr. Schultz, you ready?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Megan Miller,
Nay.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tia Johnson,
Nay.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion fails. 3-3.
All right. 7B, compensation for all non-teaching employee groups.
Actually, I'm so sorry. I'm not ready to move on to 7B. I would like to move to recognize that the Board of Education and the BEA are at an impasse in negotiations and mediation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Amy Levy and seconded by Tia Johnson. Is there any discussion?
No, but I would like a roll call vote, please.
May I ask a question before we go to a roll call vote?
Yeah, there's
Procedure-
always time for discussion. Go
Thanks.
ahead.
Okay, so procedurally, if we all agree that we're in an impasse, in order to move forward, what is the process to like reopen and or close the issue?
Well, the first part is if we all agree that we're at an impasse in negotiations and mediation, that's the first part. Second part is, we could continue to negotiate, I guess, or we could vote to impose a salary, or we could just leave it at, maybe there'll be another 3-3 vote, and we will not get past the imposition. Again, where we end up at, whether we impose a salary or not, but before we could get to what percentage is going to be given, we'd have to, since we're at an impasse, we have to legally, as a board, vote to impose. We can't just give them for without imposing. These are the steps that are there.
However, just to clarify on the point that you just made, if we are to honor Board Member Levy's motion, if this motion passes, it's not an automatic, well, this is what, there's like a pause in between before, that's what I'm struggling with because of what you just
Okay.
described as like
So,
the automatic.
Right. So
Yeah.
If our board were to vote that we're at an impasse in negotiations and mediation, and then the next vote is whether to impose a salary, and say that vote failed, that, we're still able to negotiate with the BEA.
At that point, and this is just one person, I would recommend that we consult with legal because there may be a process for restarting negotiations if that is the will of the board that we are not considering.
Okay. And so the other process would be that, like the reality of it as we consider the scarcity of what we have in the budget and all the reasons that we have, we take the opening position of the BEA of 2% and the 8%. We take where we have gotten through our negotiation. One of the things that we have discussed is that even if the BEA, as they already have, rejected the offer, that we're not trying to give them zero. Our intent as the employer was to provide what we felt was financially responsible for the situation we're in.
Just for clarification, I don't think we've established our intent yet because we haven't voted on that.
Well, as we went to, I am saying our consensus. I do believe we have established that consensus. That's why we're all the way at this point where they were made an offer of 4%. Now, we have not taken the public action of imposing that 4%. But again, the intent that would need to be determined out of this vote is whether the 6 board members present tonight that are voting, do you not want to give them anything? Or do you want that to wait or be delayed and it can be brought back up?
I'd like to call the question, please.
Mr. Shope, can you tell us what we are voting for again?
Yes. The motion I have is move to recognize that the Board of Education and the BEA are at an impasse in negotiations and mediation.
Perfect, thank you.
We're ready. Roll call
Okay.
vote.
Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
Aye.
Megan Miller.
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Aye.
Craig Schneider.
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Now, I will ask, is there a motion to impose a salary increase on the teaching staff? Because if you're not in favor of the idea, you probably wouldn't make the motion. We're not laughing because it's not serious, but the levity and the tension at different times. But again, this is the point at which we try to demonstrate as a Board of Education, like how we have to work through these difficult issues together without people deciding to quit serving on the board tomorrow. All right. Or quitting in the middle of meetings. But is there a motion to impose a salary increase for the teaching staff?
I'll make a motion to approve imposing a salary compensation at 4.0. Thank you for, nope, thank you for stopping me. I wasn't done with my motion
All right,
yet,
it's your
apparently.
vote. Go ahead, go ahead.
I gotta go back to law school.
Civics, that's all it is. You ready? Or I'm
No,
sorry. Or you
no,
want to go?
no, no.
So, all right, is there a motion, whatever your motion may be?
I make a motion to impose a salary increase for the teaching staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved by Brian Anderson and seconded by Greg Schneider. Is there any discussion? Mr. Shope, could a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Megan Miller,
Nay.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tia Johnson,
Nay.
and Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion failed.
All
3-3.
7B, compensation for the other employee groups. So as I'm moving forward, and no one's stopping me at this time, what that means is that the BEA and the board will have to figure something out together where we were already at. But we're going to move on to the other employee groups. Compensation for all non-teaching employee groups. Oh, Tia's with a question.
Because the consensus of the board was going with the evergreen report that what you give to one working class, or working group, you give to all of them, doesn't that just mean we're not giving anyone raises then?
If I may, Board President Levy, the way I interpret that is we made an offer and it was declined. So for me, I respect the BEA's right to decline that, but in fairness, unless there's something I'm missing, all other employee groups not covered by the BEA have not declined an increase. So for me, it's separate.
Yeah, there's not a separate negotiation for all the other employee groups. So like as we're sitting down and engaged with the BEA to determine what the teachers will get, there's not an administrator group or other groups that are secretaries that are going to come forward and say, this is what the administrators want. This is what the secretaries want. In the end, like I said before, the determination of compensation is the 7 members on the board. There have been times in the past where we did not have the financial data that we have, but we have the financial data in front of us to make the decisions that we're making. If Board Member Nichols were here tonight, our votes could have gone totally different because we'd have 7 people. So at this point, I understand the logic of what you're saying, but my thought on that subject is, as you say, what is our compensation philosophy as a board? Is that my opinion is that I think that we have been trying to value and recognize all the employee groups that we have, while recognizing that in many districts across the state, the administrators and the teachers, all employee groups got whatever CPI was. The difficult part that we just got to acknowledge is what's in my pocket here in Beloit as a school board president is not what's in the pocket of these other districts, the 420 plus across the state. So we are in Beloit making a decision about our staff with the resources that we have. So at this point, we have chewed on many different ways, 7A, compensation for professional educators. And it's fine that we haven't come to resolution, just means that we're gonna end up talking about it some more. We could end up doing the same thing with B for all non-teaching groups, or since this is the first time we've considered this as we're looking at here at the board, there might be the will to do something about it, which is different. So that's the difference, but I understand the point that you're making about, is there consistency or where will that be at? Again, we budgeted 4% for all employee groups because we were not done with our negotiation, and we did make the BEA aware that that is the number that we told the district administrators to use as a placeholder. So here's just another thought, that if the 4% and the offer that, which we'll get to, that the board has presented is not accepted, then what that means is that we're going to have a deficit budget. And that could be a deficit budget for one group of employees, or it could be a deficit budget for all groups of employees. But to go beyond what we've already discussed and prepared to offer, which was in our motion, which was in our offer, we'll create a deficit budget and leave our administrators no room to manage whatever may happen fiscally as we're trying to move forward. So those are the possible outcomes. Board Member Johnson.
Thank you, President Levy. I understand and appreciate what you're saying, and I love that this board and the individual members can agree to disagree. And yes, your wife is brilliantly smart. So when I say she's the smart one, she's smarter than anyone I know. But now, what I'd like to say is we still have a national teaching crisis. We're looking at an $11 million deficit for next year. I, in good conscience, cannot ask the BEA members to have negotiated this far for a 4.07% and say, well, we're going to give it to everyone else, but not you, the BEA. The BEA members are the ones paying into having somebody represent them and negotiate on their behalf. And again, I appreciate everything that our administrators do, and I do believe that the good administrators understand the dire situation we're in when we have middle school classrooms that have 20 to 30 students and are being taught by building subs that may or may not know anything about the subject. I cannot move forward saying, let's give anybody else a raise if we're not giving our teachers a raise. And I don't think that would bode well for April. And that's not a threat, it's just my own personal opinion.
Board Member Miller.
Thank you. I would love to put a motion to postpone 7B, if that's cool, until since this is not part of my motion language, it's an explanation. Part of the process that was just delineated by Board President Levy opened up the opportunity to discuss, and given the issues and concerns with being congruent, I feel like it would be appropriate to move to postpone item 7B until we're able to address both issues together.
It's for the purpose of discussion. When you give somebody something once, you can always give them more later. So it's an approach that could be taken. Every time you vote for it, even if you don't have it, if there's a majority that says that's what we're going to do, then that is what would happen. Just to add to the conversation, since that's what we're doing, this is all healthy. This is all healthy. There's a point in which in our community where these conversations have to be had, and this is where it's happening. Either we came in lockstep and moved how we were going to move, or we don't. So we're having a conversation here because this is what's important. So as we talk about these other employee groups, because we are at 7B now.
Yes.
That
was a motion.
Are you off?
Board member, just point of clarification, Board member Miller was making a motion to postpone 7B.
Is there a second?
I'll provide second.
Okay. There's been a motion by Board Member Miller and a second. Discussion. Since we're talking about 7B and the other employee groups, in this employee groups would be our administrators who have already received one-year contracts. The statutory timeline for that employee group is around the end of January. There will be made decisions about how many administrators we will employ. Again, like all employee groups, we once educated about 7,500 students, and now we know our number is 5,214. Last December, when people who are used to getting 2-year contracts received 1-year contracts, that was explained to them. Even as we closed 2 buildings that did displace administrators, but because they already had contracts, you just don't let those people go because you're going to have to pay the contract out. So our administration has made adjustments. And so I think the biggest thing to understand as we look at this vote is that we have to make decisions, and it's totally reasonable and understandable why tonight, when we have 6 people, we've not come to a resolution. But just like the conversation changed about what we could offer the BEA, because as we move through time on the calendar, and that's the one thing I'm sure of, because my faith teaches me that there is no human being that is responsible for putting the moon in the sky at night or making the sun come up in the morning. That's not a human responsibility. So time will continue to pass. We people here in Beloit, this place by the river, on a December night, trying to think about what we can do for our children and the people that take care of our children with what we don't have, with people who all like each other, trying to be civil and work our way through some things. We got some decisions to make. There's different things that have to be made, decisions and choices that have to be made so we can move to the next thing. And what I'm saying is, we got through 7A, we can get through 7B one way or the other.
I totally agree, and I'd like to call the question, please.
Mr. Shope? What was your motion again first? I need to know what I'm voting on.
Yes, sir. I move to postpone item 7B until we can bring back both items listed under 7A and 7B together.
And can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Excuse me. Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
Nay.
Megan Miller.
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Aye.
Greg Schneider.
Nay.
And Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried 4-2.
8A, future board meeting dates. Well, we'll come back to the things that we've postponed. Policy Committee meeting Wednesday, December 6th at 5:30 p.m. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Service Tuesday, December 19th at 5:30 p.m. Human Resource Tuesday, December 19th at 6:30 p.m. Regular board meeting Tuesday, December 19th at 7 p.m. And governance has been canceled for December. Next meeting is in January. I think that was December 26th. So we let that one go. We're now on to item 9, executive session. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C, of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy and seconded by Board Member Miller. Mrs. Schultz, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Craig Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tia Johnson,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
We will be adjourning from closed session.